Chat room, just for archival's sake, Twitch chat over here. Say hi YouTube for the VOD. Hi YouTube, how are you guys doing out there? You guys holding out well? Anyway, so now that we're actually like on topic, sort of, I'm gonna state this. We hit 50,000 YouTube subs, which is cool. Like that's a big number. We're halfway to the cool number. Where they mail me stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like YouTube should send you like a wooden plaque for hitting 50K. I'm not just saying that because I just hit 50K. I'm saying that I think they should do that because that would be cool. But they don't, so sad. I guess. But this is the fort that we're playing. This is the Fortress of Slaprock. I think Dwarf redemptions are enabled. If they're not, I can go look and make sure that they are. This fort's getting a little complex. Something that I was thinking about doing a little later in the week is doing a stream where we play around in Advanced World Gen. Probably on Thursday, like the start of the stream. And we're gonna see if we can get some cool worlds generated, because what I wanna try and do is get some parameters set up for when adventure mode launches. This world is cool. I'm enjoying this world, and I'd like to re-explore parts of this world when adventure mode comes out. But I think the plan post-adventure mode is just going to be, let's contort the world and make some cool stuff. Are those glass floors? Those are, in fact, clear glass floors, because there's sand all over this cavern there. So this is layer minus 90. This is a very, very deep fort. The surface sometimes has very angry camels on it, and we're right above the lava. Down here in the lava, we are... somebody toppled one of my asheries. That's mildly annoying. Down here in the lava area, we are making clear glass. Well, not currently making clear glass because we're out of wood, so I would assume we're probably also out of charcoal. But we were making clear glass. As for the fort itself, the fort itself is in the caverns, which is right here. We've been cleaning the caverns with lava, which ended with me accidentally flooding a good chunk of it with lava. You know, it is what it is. It doesn't have anything that wants to kill me in it anymore, so that part's nice. Although I could probably go out here and actually knock down these walls again because the lava's stopped flowing finally, which is lovely. But we unintended lava moat in caverns. Yeah. Little unintended moat. Up here we have these two lava tubes that go all the way up to here, and I will talk to chat again once I'm done doing a fort tour. We got the lava tubes that fill up right here. These go all the way down to here, and using these we can cause lava geysers to erupt out of the ground and into areas we want, like right here as an example. So the next siege that attacks us, we fought the one before, but the next one that attacks us, we are going to stop by making them walk down our little spiral staircase or spiral rampway through this long entryway, and then we're gonna like turn them into charcoal. Still the dwarf population hasn't recovered at all. Oh, it recovered. We were at 90, so we've absolutely recovered. As for up here, we are currently cleaning because we got attacked by a bunch of elves. And not only did they send a bunch of elves, they also sent a bunch of bears, grizzly bears specifically. Am I peeking my microphone? It sounds like it. Chat room, is my mic going or staticky at all, or like hitting top where it sounds bad? If it does, please tell me, because it sounds like it's doing it on my end, but it might also just be feedback. So yeah, we had a very low population. I can actually open this back up because I would like to keep this going. So we had so many bodies on the surface. I literally dug out this little room here and built a drop shaft all the way down to the lava sea. Which apparently also caused us a problem, which I was curious to see if that was the case. And it is in fact the case. The problem is some water fell out of here, and so now I have all of this stuff just sitting here instead of actually melting. Well, that's slightly annoying. Well, that's very conveniently right there. What if I just, like, brought some lava over? Maybe we'll just do that. Anyway, I'm gonna need to pour some lava into this because that's Not exactly what I would describe as optimal. I sound Canadian as usual. Thank you. Be weird if I didn't. So that is a wee bit annoying, but regardless, it is at the very least, you know, doing the job of getting the bodies out of the place where they currently are. Internet not behaving or something? Lennox? That sucks. So currently we are cleaning the fort up, but the named living dwarfs in the forts are a devilish potato, a Hunavira, amethyst, Antronarch, Arende, a silver falcon, Big Bang, Bonesaw, Buddy, as well as Celastaris, and Craft Lull, Dominok, Elfie Bean, Fallout Rain, Freeways, and Gordy Casco, as well as Fudahiko Casper, Henchest, and Clockworks, and Kokoroko, and Lyagushka, and Merlin Buff, as well as Mouse Speeder, Napalm Sideburns, and Nero Keys, Knickers, Are You Serious, and Reinhardt, as well as Stingray, Stone aka Seashore's Wall, who's pissed and has been for a while, Stoned Hobo, Street Boo, Telenartho, True Freak, UGDPY, and Ultra, as well as Walnut, and Zwari. And as far as nobles go, we do have a Baron, who's Stozu Azanmosp, the Baroness of Random Monsters, who is a Gorblin, who doesn't want us to export barrels and wants us to make barrels. Also, apparently, my mayor wants a tin sarcophagus in their bedroom? Did I read that correctly? Yes. Does in fact... Do I have tin? I don't think I have tin. I have 1 platinum, but that's not tin. Okay, well, I guess we'll try and trade for tin at some point. Hey, Gloves, what's up? Silver Falcon is, in fact, a priestess. I think you've been a priestess for a little bit. You were so depressed that you were wandering around during the siege with the elves while it's in the military. So I removed you from the military, and you know, you did kill 3 things, including a named giant bat, and it was a bit much for you. So we have instead put you elsewhere, and I need to make a planters guild because, you know, things need to get done. So we are trying to get rid of the last of these goddamn bits and pieces up here. That is what we're trying to do. How do you get a named dwarf? You have to hit the redemption. Like we've said this before. The redemption, which apparently is currently unavailable, which I guess I need to make it available. Which means I'm sorry in advance if you don't get it. Well, you then redeem it. I mean, I just clicked the button to make it available, so. Tanker, you did in fact get it. What kind of dwarf would you like it? The thing is now nobody can redeem it for 45 minutes, so it is available now. Apparently we lost Endok. Do you have any preference on Gerb or anything? Some dwarf that really likes swords. I'm going to tell you this. I'm not going to go through the personal likes and dislikes of every single dwarf to find you your ideal dwarf. We're using axes in the military. So if you'd like a military dwarf specifically, I can give you an axe dwarf. But if you want somebody who specifically likes swords, I'm not going to go that deep. I'm sorry. So you can be more specific than just like anybody, but you can be like, I'm not going to be specific enough to like find a particular like amongst a dwarf. Like, Although I do want to find you one that isn't like super pissed off at this exact moment. Let's find you one who isn't like angry as all hell. Like Ficod, as an example. Not happy, but could be worse. I'm just going to disable overlay on DFHack because I don't need it. And Ficod's right here. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and he forms strong and emotional bonds with others. All right, sweet. There we go. So let's get you named. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He is quick to form negative views about things. He is sometimes can act with little determination and confidence, and he has a calm demeanor, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He likes a little excitement now and then, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and does not care about friendship, and he dreams of creating a great work of art. Camel, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. He likes sandstone and silver, morganite and crystal glass, and giant flying squirrel leather, the color of crude gems and battle axes, cages and earrings and splints, and the sight of the twinkling cave, and when possible prefers to consume beet plants and peach cider. Never eat a true beet. And he is musical, weak. He has a high kinesthetic sense. He's a novice axe dwarf. He didn't get any kills in the last fight. And relations-wise, he has no friends, but he does have some passing acquaintances, and he's a member of the Fated Faith, which is a religion worshipping the god of death. And chat room, can I please get a big round of beers for Camel keeping that subscription alive for a 9th month? Welcome back, dude. It's good to have you around. I don't know, it changes every week or so. It's a good soundtrack that I haven't muted yet, so there isn't a track I don't like. Personally is appalled by merrymaking and parties and other such worthless activities. You must be a fun person to be around. We'll never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. Is quite hopeful about the future. Positive sentiments. Quick to think. She has a tendency to think before acting. She likes to keep her things orderly. You have any military skills? No. I have space. Yeah, I do. See what else we get. So this faction is kind of in a state of absolute destruction. We lost the mountain home a while ago, and we've lost our only other fortress that I've built. The royals have died multiple times, although they've been pretty consistently Anaboth as king ever since this was taken. So I'm assuming they're like living in a camp somewhere outside of here, or like in hiding or in a refugee camp somewhere. That or they're just imprisoned. They're also attacking us, which is funny. So, you know, it's been a rough time, shall we put it that way. Cold-blooded, thanks for the $2. Appreciate you, man. Soak your problems in magma. Generally, it's a way to go. Generally, that is the way to go. Speaking of soaking my problems in magma, I do need to look at the magma again. Competent Marksdwarf. Are you actually a competent Marksdwarf? Often feel lustful. Doesn't handle stress well. Also, something that is worth noting. There is at least one vampire in my fortress, and I can't find him. Because, two things. One, I haven't been looking all that much. And two, he hasn't caused many problems since the initial random death of somebody. Speaking of dwarves, Bone Doctor's like a little bit suspect. How many groups have you been a part of? Not many. All right. You love vampires? I like that vampires in the beta branch, in the experimental branch, actually function again, because I have to go out of my way to find them, and it's fun. So it's like you can kind of just live with a vampire in your fort now and like not find them for years. High ideal and is deeply offended by those who fail to maintain it. Considers craftsdwarfship to be worthless. Tin coffin in his bedroom. I can assure you for a fact it is not my mayor because I've seen my mayor drinking alcohol. Since it's dead-ish and all vampires hail from different civs, they don't always hail from different civs. But, I mean, you do have to, like, go out of your way to find them, right? You have to, like, look for them, which is nice. I mean, the vampire may have died as well. That's the other thing, right? Because we had a couple of random deaths not too long ago. So they may also be dead, but nobody's been eaten in a while, so I'm just kind of letting it go for the exact minute while I worry about keeping the majority of the dwarves happy. The occasional death isn't going to completely destroy the morale of the entire fort, right? Like 1,000 maybe tops, maybe. Probably closer to 800. I haven't looked in a while. I think when we embarked, it was about 650, but the mountain home gained about 400 almost immediately, so I couldn't tell you, not without retiring the fort. Here's the thing. There's always enough dwarves to get more dwarves, because they'll just come from different factions. Oh, you actually have a wife. He isn't the slightest bit cheerful about anything. Word! Been there, done that. Self-mastery and denial of impulses are the highest ideal. Cheerless, values self-control, developed empathy, and good with language. And that. As well as a Gelder. Some stupid bunny webbit. Piggy. This is a big migrant wave, jeez. But yeah, you used to stop getting migrants inevitably. Now you only stop getting migrants if there's absolutely nobody left in the world, basically. Also, I have to state, this is the first dwarf in this entire faction that I've seen who dreams of mastering a skill. And he's brave in the face of imminent danger. Dude, you are starting your own squad. Welcome to the Fortress of Slaprock, Melville. There you are, the Dyer. Dreams of becoming the best slapper. Yes, naturally, of course. Also, speaking of unique things, he dreams of falling in love. You don't see that super often. Has a pet turkey and a pet cat. And is the pet of a kitten. Sorry, my bad. Well, best of luck there. How cute, yeah. It's a shame that he's gonna turn into red paste before that. Okay. Ruled by irresistible cravings and urges, and desires little for herself in the way of possessions. It's prone to strong feelings of loss. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She tends to avoid crowds and generally acts impartially, and is rarely moved to mercy, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. All right. Why can't you delete messages? You know, it's always weirded me out that you can delete your own messages on YouTube. I don't know, I haven't changed any settings to not allow it or something, but that is something that's always weirded me out. It's like, why are you allowed to say something shitty and then delete it? I think you should have, when you press enter, you're committing. You're committing to the bit. And if you're not committing to the bit, then, well, people don't care as much when they type. Clockworks, what up? How are you? It's grounded in reality and slow to anger. Rarely looks on others with lust and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. Somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this since he values friendship. And he has little interest in joking around, tries to keep things orderly, and isn't particularly ambitious. Well, I'm gonna chuck you into the military too, Coulette. Also, if you're wondering where this UI is coming from, this is all in the beta branch, and this is all vanilla. I'm not using any mods or anything silly. Does not respect the law. You're gonna hate it here. This is a big-ass migrant wave. I like it. I like it. Oh, I'm sure there is. Here's the thing. I don't use the moderation tools on YouTube that much. I just set it to sub-only chat and then forget about it, basically. But at the end of unless someone's being a dipshit, in which case then I'll tab over there and delete something. So I'm not paying too much attention to exactly what's being stated or, like, what's going on the YouTube side of things. Because honestly, I don't care that much. But it's weird to me that you're allowed to delete a message that you wrote yourself. That is weird. So any quality of life mods that you can recommend? You're talking to the wrong person here. I don't know. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to here. I'm assuming they can still get to this. Nope, they straight up can't. Okay, so what I have to do is I have to go right there. I'm literally just gonna get this flowing from here over to here. That's all I'm gonna do. It's gonna be super easy. been watching my YouTube videos since you got DF, and they've been so helpful. And you used to be afraid of Aquifers, but now you're loving them. I think that's like a very key word about this game is I used to be afraid of. You know what I mean? Like, so many people are just terribly afraid of half of the features in this game, and I will never fully understand why. It's like it's a game like any other game. It has some things that are complicated, and it has some things that are a little bit tricky when you're initially fiddling with them, and that's about it. Aside from that, it's no different than just about any other game. Like, yeah, it's a more complicated strategy game, but it's not this impenetrable thing that a lot of people make it out to be. There's a video that I shared on my... I was gonna say, I need you guys to get out of here, like, right now. There's a video that I shared on my timeline on YouTube the other day in the community section. And the reason I shared that video is it's a very, very good explanation about learning this game if you've never learned it before, and why losing is fun, essentially, and kind of how they feel about that particular term, if you will. And I think it's very telling. That's very satisfying. Watching all those bits burn. Going from afraid to aroused. Oh boy. There's also a hamster defying lava in this, which is kind of amusing. All right, so let's jump up to the surface again. Still stuff becoming miasma. And I need to go down to here and just make sure that... Let's just delete one of these. And that, for one that isn't used yet, cancel that, because I did that wrong. Set that to multi and do that. Click drag. Okay. I'm assuming all of these are claimed. Yes, they are. So I have to go into here and I have to place more coffins. Every time that they come on the map. I can tell you for a fact, patch won't fix that. I can also tell you that no, your save isn't broken. Probably what's happened, and I feel like we had this halfway discussion previously, but regardless. Probably what's happened is some sort of loyalty has broken. If loyalty between certain characters and other characters breaks, they will just kill each other until you boot them out of the map. So what you need to do, if you would like to fix that save file, is grab every single dwarf who's attacking other dwarves at seemingly at random and expel them from your fort. Or retire the fort and make a new fort. Patch will not fix that. I can tell you that for a fact. And if you cannot fix the problem yourself, you have to make a new fort. Because I've seen similar stuff to that happen before, I can tell you for a fact it is not fixable. Because likely what has happened is certain characters are no longer aligned with your civ, or your civ is no longer aligned with your fort. One of the two. Yes. So you've basically got some sort of faction alignment thing that broke. Probably what happened is either you invaded something or your allies invaded something that caused your own civ to attack itself. I've seen this happen before in World Gen. It's a weird anomaly of the like world under the hood simulation. It can happen, and the only way to avoid it is simply to go back to a save from before it happened. Or maybe dfhack can fix it with the Civil War fix command. But if dfhack can't fix it, then you're SOL. There is literally no way to save it, aside from retire the fort and make a new fort, probably with a different faction even, because likely that entire faction's at war with itself. Like, I can tell you for a fact, a patch will not fix that, and there is no way for anybody outside of you to fix it. This is one of the realities of playing a game with this many systems stacked on top of each other, is sometimes things will break, and there is no way to fix it. Because if one system fails colliding with a different system, it's up to you to fix it. That doesn't matter. right? You're saying that they're attacking random merchants. Okay. It doesn't matter if they're attacking the same faction. It doesn't matter if they're attacking other factions. If they are just randomly attacking people, you have some sort of loyalty problem that's going on. And a patch will not fix that. And your save isn't broken. It's just a weird anomaly of the way the game works. And I don't know how else to explain it. I've explained this to you a couple of times now. All I'm saying is don't wait for that save to work, because it won't. Like, it just won't. And I've been in similar situations before, and I agree, it sucks. But, like, you're not helping, Kashmir. I appreciate your humor here, but it's not really going to actually benefit anybody. Okay, I need to make more coffins. Most of these dwarves are not ever going to get coffins because most of their bodies are gone. But anyway, at the end of the day, it's never going to happen. It's not going to get fixed by a patch. Yeah, but they're saying that they're not having a civil war. And I seem to recall having this conversation with Clockworks last week, unless I'm confusing it with somebody else. Where I said to try using that, and they said that it didn't fix anything. So, although I could be misremembering on that one. But I guarantee you a patch won't fix it. So there's no reason to wait for a patch. You've never had one of those wars? I invaded a goblin pit once that got invaded at the exact same time by somebody else in my in my faction, and my dwarves killed them all. And that started a civil war, and yeah, that was a fun thing to deal with. Although we played it out, I didn't use DF hack to fix it. We ran with it, but I also had a situation where whenever humans would come by, one of my soldiers would just kill them all, because the only logical reason I could like wrap my head around for it was there was a human who tantrumed and killed one of my dwarves and two of the children. Now it's all military. Just retire the fort, mate. Just retire the fort. just retire the fort and play as a different faction. Like, you're not going to be able to fix it. When is the beta branch going into the game? I have absolutely no idea. Why don't you just update to the beta branch? I mean, I will get the occasional hard crash, but they're pretty easy to spot once you get it. Just make sure that you have seasonal saving turned on. Okay, so I've failed a farmer's guild. Scared it'll break? Okay, well then I have no idea. If you're scared it'll break, but want it to I have no idea when it's going to the main branch. I'll tell you this. It broke a lot the first week, was fine the week after, broke a lot the second week, was fine the week after that. So, and then since like all of last week, it was fine. So I don't know. Besides, all of the hard crashes have been in the justice screen, so if you don't use the justice screen too much, you probably won't run into any issues. Will this mean no more trading? Nope, but it will mean well, here's the thing. And this is, I'm getting this more and more often, and I feel like an asshole when I have to answer the question like this, Broundabus, but I have absolutely no idea. Because I don't know what your relation with your faction is. Have you ignored trading with them 5 years in a row, and then, like, have they died on your map before? Because then probably you'll get no more trading. But if one guy dies once, they'll just bring less stuff next time, right? Because, like, the way the faction, like, alignment works is if you trade, they like you a little bit more. If you try and trade with them and try and give them a bad deal and they say no a bunch of times and you fail it and they stop trading with you, it goes down a little bit. If somebody dies on your map, it goes down a bunch. If a bunch of items disappear on your map, meaning they don't leave the map with the items that they're supposed to leave with, it goes down a bit, right? So first visit, oh yeah, no, I mean, they might not show up next year, but they'll show up the year after that. Like assuming your alignment with the faction is fine, and assuming they don't hate you, it should be fine. Unless like there's a big war going on, in which case then you might get nothing. But like there's a lot of questions in Dwarf Fortress that I actually cannot give you a guaranteed answer for because I don't know. Because I'm not playing your game, so I don't know what the situation is in your world, in that particular fort at the time, right? And because I don't know, it's always I mean, I can guess. You're probably fine, but is that guaranteed? No, not really. You have some issues with random crashes. Assuming you're playing on the experimental branch, are they issues with clicking around in UI, or are they just random crashes? Because if you're just playing in the game crashes, that might actually be fixed in the experimental branch if you're not playing in the experimental branch. Because, and also another thing that I would say is if you're just getting random crashes out of nowhere, and you're using multi-threading, try disabling multi-threading and see if you still get them. Because multi-threading is still an unstable optional option for a reason. From a collateral damage type of war, another dwarf civ attacked some elves I was attacking too, and it turned into a 3v3 free-for-all, and the dwarves were dicks about it. Oh yeah, no, I mean, that's like the classic easiest way to start a civil war is simply invade a place at the exact same time as your own faction. Nope. That's one of my biggest requested features, Kaynord, is being able to improve standing with another faction. It's not possible in fort mode right now. It's also not really possible in adventure mode. There's some things that you can do in adventure mode. I got a dwarf that's answering. There's some things that you can do in adventure mode to make it slightly better. But really, not really. Aside, the one thing you could try and do in adventure mode is you could try and like convince, let's just say, a human queen to value peace. You could try and debate them into changing their personal tendencies, and then during the 2 weeks of World Gen, they might stop attacking you. But they also might not. Yeah, I would love some better diplomacy. I would absolutely like some better diplomacy. But at the same time, I don't want the diplomacy to be the way it is in RimWorld, because I think diplomacy in RimWorld sucks. It's like, oh, I have 7,000 used socks. Put them into a drop pod, drop them onto your neighbor's thing, and then boom, I'm allied with them. It's like, I really hope there's some nuance there. Well, that's Cavern Creatures, not Curse All Friends of Nature, so where is it? Okay, so it's a single giant bat from the looks of things. It's just a individual giant bat. Well, military's here. It's Yushirir. Hacks at the giant bat in the blower body with a steel battle axe and tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the stomach. I think we're going to win this pretty quickly, if I had to bet. Where did it... Oh, I see. It's right on top. I was like, where did it go? Blood kind of going everywhere. It is unconscious and bleeding heavily. Yeah, he's just hacking it to pieces. And it's dead. Nice and easy. See, here's the thing, right? We've gotten some pretty crazy large changes for Dwarf Fortress in a shockingly short period of time in the past. But here's kind of the catch and slash caveat to that. That was in a time where all that they needed to do to put out an update was add some new ASCII characters, right? Like, we haven't been in an era of frequent updates since the development of Premium started. And the development of Premium won't be done until Adventure Mode is out. Once Adventure Mode is out, they can just add shit to the game like that again. We can go back to a more actual development era of Dwarf Fortress where things can get fixed, where things can get changed. And like there's always going to be that one guy in my YouTube comments who's going to be like, "But they shouldn't be adding things, they should be fixing the bugs." And I'll be like, "Well, yeah, okay. You're not wrong. I won't disagree. They should in fact fix bugs. Yes. However, it's much easier for them to fix bugs when they have access to their entire engine and the whole game, because that's kind of what Dwarf Fortress is, right? It's an engine. And there are 2 games that run in it, largely. There is Fortress Mode and there is Adventure Mode. Those are 2 separate video games. Quite literally. That just happen to run in the exact same engine in the same worlds that you generate. It's like the difference between SimCity and Streets of SimCity. 2 completely different games that both ran in the SimCity engine, except one of them you drive a James Bond car around and blow up police cars with a rocket launcher. And that's a video game that exists. I'm not making that up. And the craziness of that is they were sold on 2 separate discs. Telling Artho the chief medical dwarf has been possessed. But in Dwarf Fortress, you get it like in one executable. I'm fighting with camels again, apparently. You'd have to ask Tarn that question. I don't know. Phantom Fav. Probably because the mountains are supposed to be impassable, and I'm doing that in air quotes. Probably a design decision. I don't know. I kind of like traversing the mountains. It doesn't take that long. But need to get some beds set up. Yeah, at the end of the day, I think that the thing that you need to realize is I make videos about Dwarf Fortress. I don't make Dwarf Fortress. And all of the information that I have is information that is readily available that anybody watching these streams could go find themselves. It's not like they give me stuff super early. There's been a few exceptions to that. I mean, I got access to this version of the game a few days early, and I occasionally will know that there is a update coming the day before, but realistically, in the grand scheme of things, I don't really know why things are the way they are unless I've explicitly asked Tarn. So. Is your dwarf still alive? You are in fact still alive and not actually that pissed. You haven't been in any combat recently, but you've been in combat before apparently. No kills though. Also no friends. I'm sorry. Why is that a controversial opinion? I don't think anybody would disagree with that, Tankard. Emulates real life, I guess? I suppose. Yeah, nothing about that is controversial. I think that... How do I word this? God, there's so much shit. So much shit. Just gonna erase all of this crap. Get this stuff mined through. I mean, I don't think this is a shitty take, but the thing that will forever, not bother, that's the wrong word. The thing that will forever vex me is if there's a feature you really want to see improved in Dwarf Fortress, and you are dedicated to that, and you really want to see it improved, go play version 47 and look at that same feature in version 47. Because, God, you do not know how good you have it. And I know most people will be like, well, I never would have gotten into the game. Exactly. And trust me, Legends mode should get updates. There's a lot of things that it could be better with. But with Dwarf Fortress, there is this, especially as somebody who's played this game for too long, there's a perpetual feeling of, oh my God, it could be so much worse. So yeah, I don't know. We are currently trying to just get the rest of the bodies that are up on the surface buried. And Telenartho has begun their mysterious construction. They ended up claiming a stoneworker's workshop, and they have grabbed what? Gabbro and cave blob leather. All right. It's an odd combination. At least I'm getting some stuff buried. No, it's not. I mean, if any, the only time that I would say that it would be controversial, which, who cares? who cares if some people on the internet get mad at or disagree with something that you say? There's nothing controversial about that. That's just called existing on the internet. The way a normal dwarf, and I've explained this to people who've come on during like the premium release a million times, but I feel like it's something that I will just have to perpetually like reword every 3 months. The way a normal Dwarf Fortress cadence works is, and this is how it was back in the day, before the long waits began, is we would get a small patch for Fortress mode, followed by, or usually alongside of, a small patch for Adventure mode, and then like a 6-month wait, and then a big patch for World Gen and Legends mode. And 10 people on the forums would get really mad that they didn't get any features in Fortress mode. So time to go, oh shit, and then quickly patch something into Fortress mode. And then it would just kind of repeat like that. Because from what I can tell, the parts that Zach and Tarn like working on the most for this game are Legends and Adventure mode. And Fortress mode always just kind of always felt like, or portions of the community always felt that Fortress mode got neglected. Because it's the mode that the most people play. Those are cool tombs. I think they're ugly beyond all reason, but I'm glad you like them. Claims a craft dwarf shop and some gold bars and jewels. Ooh, fancy amulet or ring? The Forgotten Beast, Yonali Ditraviella? Rofella has come. An enormous 6-legged salamander with external ribs. It has a bloated body, and its green skin is wrinkled. Beware its poison vapor. Oh, yeah, and it's in a spot where it can't get to me, I think. Wait, well, I mean, I could let it get to me. I'm a little worried about the poison vapor. Could probably fight it, though. What? Oh, he must have gone insane. A dwarf died of dehydration, probably went insane. So the question is, do I fight this thing? But trust me, every mode of this game will get updates. But don't... If you want to see me not go insane quickly, don't start asking for major updates. And I know people are just going to ignore me on this forever, right? Don't start constantly stating, this game needs this or this, until Adventure mode is out. And I know that that kind of sucks because we all want Adventure mode to be out. I just want it to be out so that it's out. So they can go work on other things that need to be fixed about the game. But when it comes to the... We have camels I need to slaughter. When it comes to the future of the game, this game will get updates. And it'll get features. And it'll get fixes. And it'll get bug fixes. But a lot of that stuff just straight up can't happen until Adventure mode is done. Because the more they change Adventure mode, the harder it is to fix some of those bugs. All right, let's just send this whole squad right here. We're going to go fight this thing. Oh, that's pretty cool. Golden Cup. Okay, so let's turn that on. Meaning I should be able to do this. Where is this Salamandy? Oh, right, there's 2 in this level. Well, you're already bleeding. Well, we can run in here and get both of them. So the other one is a huge hairy tick with wings of stretched skin. It has a gaunt appearance and deadly spittle. Versus this one, who is Yunoli Crab Phantom the Fatal. We shall go kill the Fatal Crab Phantom and this giant tick. Wish us luck, chat room. Except for the fact that all of my captains are really far away. But, you know. And there they go. Erel the recruit is very brave in taking the lead. We got Solon the recruit as well, and Kogan. Oh, excellent. I sent a couple recruits out. Good luck, guys. I'm sure you guys got this. I have the most faith in yous. Two of them are running in the wrong direction entirely, which, you know, that's how you know that you're off to a good start. So this one well, did you kill the other one? Yep. So this thing has killed some dwarf, a goblin, an elf, another goblin, and a forgotten beast now. So the real question is, do I have... Oh, there we go. Neuro keys and one of my mace dwarves is coming up. So where's Beastie? Let's follow Beastie. Got a dwarf behind him. It seems like it doesn't really know what direction it wants to go. So this is the one that just showed up. This is the one with the poison vapors. It is quite injured. I mean, its ribs are mangled. Its neck is torn open. So it's not in a good way, putting it simply. Dwarf is running up. This is Godin the recruit. Godin, the very brave recruit, is suddenly dueling with the creature. We're actually going to change it so that my military station's right here, just so that they know where they're supposed to be. Irel, the other recruit, is also coming up and trying to fight. Godin here either dropped their weapon or didn't have one to begin with because maybe they were going to go get a weapon or something. Anyway, he's whacked it with his shield, which is, you know, not doing the worst. This dwarf, who actually has an axe, is terrified while in conflict, comes around the corner, and the creature then falls down a layer. And our recruit here is actually, you know, gaining some looking around skills, so I guess that's good. And has now dodged down and passed it again. Of course, attacked it, but it jumped away. It jumped away a second time. Strikes the Forgotten Beast with a shield, bruising the fat once again. And thank you very much, like I said earlier, for the follows. Then we've got this dwarf with an axe, who's currently in midair, jumped down, and there's blood on the ground. Fortunately, it's not my dwarves. It is, in fact, the Forgotten Beast, who's now bleeding heavily because this dwarf with the axe managed to thwack it in the leg with a steel battle axe, tearing the fat, and also then hacked it a second time, tearing the fat once again in the same leg. So hit it twice in the... once in the left third leg and then once in the right third leg. So it's separate legs, but hit it twice. More dwarves are coming up now. Dwarves are not bleeding, but Godin here is nauseous. Napalm Sideburns, thank you very much for the 15th month. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thwack. Thwack is a very good word. Yes, I agree with the word thwack. So it's literally just a bunch of recruits because all of my actual dwarves with skill are like over here still. Come on, Merlin Buff. Come over here, please. We've got some more fighting, and it appears that Godin the newbie is, well, losing his inner liquids. Alongside of the Forgotten Beast, who's still bleeding, because our dwarf here who remembered to bring their axe is doing a good thwack once again, and is thwacking it in the third leg, tearing the fat once again. He really likes those third legs, left leg and right leg. Where are you going? Okay. Anyway, that's one dead dwarf. Two dead dwarves, in fact. Both of my recruits are now dead, which is lovely. Fortunately, the creature is bleeding everywhere, which is a good sign. Tellan Artho made an artifact, which is now a Gabbro ring, and claims it as a personal treasure. We'll talk about that in a second, Gabbro. We'll talk about that in a second. Next up, we have Merlin Buff here, who's probably hacking away at it, and most recently hacked the Forgotten Beast in the third left foot with a steel battle axe, fracturing the bone. An artery has been opened by the attack. Well, that's good. So I guess let the bleeding continue, and I think the creature isn't dead yet, but is underneath it, and Merlin buff joins the Dead Kid squad. Well, that's cool. Nerokeys and Edom, who are the ones who actually have skill in the general vicinity, are now colliding. Why'd you bring a book? Understanding the Monastery is a written portion consists of a 69-page guide entitled Understanding the Monastery, authored by Moses. Well, that checks out. It concerns the monastery of Raktarchis, and overall the prose is passable. It is coated with Forgotten Beast extract. I wonder if this Forgotten Beast extract makes them nauseous. Well, anyway, it's dead. Yeah, it does. Okay, so it's vomiting gas, which is why the others died so quickly. Because getting nauseous makes you really, 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 really likely to, like, fall over and take easy hits. Hopefully it's not permanent nausea. But I'm sure that thing will taste good, so we should probably make it into Lunchables. You can eat Forgotten Beasts? Oh, yeah. Also, rest in peace, Merlin buff, and Godin and Errol. Can I get some Fs in chat, please? And now everybody shows up. They're like, we're here, guys. Okay, well. I'm going to have to check in on Nerokeys in a minute and see if Nerokeys is still vomiting. Also, let's check this artifact real quick. This is a Gabbro ring. Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with Gabbro cabochons and decorated with cave blob leather. I'm going to give it to Telenartho, because Telenartho has claimed it as their own. So Telen gets to claim his ring. Forgotten Beasts can be tasty, yeah. They indeed can be. You still nauseous. Uh-oh. And you have a fever. Okay, I'm going to follow Nerokeys then. Because nauseous and a fever. Basically, they've gotten the flu. Fever mean infection? It can. But we'll find out. Because they need diagnosis, right? So we'll wait until they get their slight fever. Okay, well maybe fever is going away. Oh, it's wearing off. All right, well that wasn't so bad. But they're still going to go clean themselves. Yeah, so they got like a temporary... So the poisonous gas gave them a temporary fever and pretty bad nauseousness. And this one just fell asleep on the ground. Well, that's cool. And also my mayor got a beating again because he tantrumed again, which is great. Any medical dwarf? Beard or no beard? I actually need a new bone doctor. Found out the reason we have fevers is a body natural response in killing viruses and other contaminants by raising the temp to... Yeah, it's literally like, you know, heat infection kill or whatever. Don't mind gender nor the looks. Well, you say any doctor. Well, I have a surgeon or a bone doctor. Which dost thou prefereth? That I don't even think is correct Old English. The worst syndrome in the game? Anything that causes things to die. Paralyzation can cause paralyzing of the lungs, which can cause them to die of suffocation. Is probably the worst one. Or like the one that just makes them bleed to death immediately. The ones that make them die immediately are the worst ones. Surgeon? All right, so you'd like med top then. I mean, just go watch Sunbirths if you want to see the worst syndrome I've seen in a while. Is very comfortable around others that are different from herself and lives at a slow-glowing and leisurely pace. Can be very happy and optimistic and tends to be wasteful when working on projects. Is quick to anger and is assertive and tries to do things correctly each time. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, doesn't seek out excitement, and doesn't often feel envious of others, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and can easily fall into love and develop positive feelings. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she rarely feels discouraged, and she is trusting. She runs her fingers through her hair when she's thinking, and she personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Values honesty, finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and does not really value skills related to fighting. And likes obsidian, black bronze, and pinfire opal almond wood, and coral, and giant armadillo shell. The color purple talp, and crescents, and bolts, and figurines, and mini forges, and rabbits for their ability to burrow. And the words of the stranger of pricing, and the sound of the velvety satins, and when possible prefers to consume giant blue jay, glass eye, and single grain wheat beer, and dwarven wheat flour, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. And you have a pet peacock. And you're a passing acquaintance with a now dead goblin criminal who I killed in cold blood after trying to steal one of my things. And I'm gonna go do a thing. I'm gonna go hold some people up at knife point. We are going to go demand a one-time tribute from these people. And we are also going to go demand a one-time tribute from these people. So my population's about to drop. But we're going to go demand some one-time tributes. Why would you keep a pet peacock? Why keep a pet anything? So the reason I'm doing this is I need to trade with people. And trading with dwarves once a year is not sufficient. Not even remotely. Not even remotely. Trading equals punch them and take their lunch money. I don't need to go to war with people, but if you demand one-time tribute, it doesn't start wars. What it does do is it makes them come trade with you the next time. Even if they deny the tribute, they will come trade with you. It puts you on a neutral trading level with them. All right. I kind of forgot I had a were-skink in here. Also, it looks like he's drank all of his alcohol. Anyway. So, no. I'm not trying to go to war with more factions. I am trying to make friends with some other factions, is what I'm trying to do. Also in an ad break now, so I'm going to just go see if I can place stuff I can. No, I would say punching them and taking their lunch money is negotiating, not trading. It's not attacking them. It's just sending them a threat. One-way trading? No, you're trading violence for anger. And vengeance. You're exporting terror and you're importing vengeance. The raise missions to be super buggy? They're not. The thing is, if you're trying to raise a thing and it's refusing to kill it, it means that there's some neutral entity sitting there that you cannot kill because they're a neutral entity to your dwarves. Basically, there's like a mother and a child there and dwarves won't kill them. But what you can do if raising isn't working is send one dwarf to go conquer and occupy the place. They will do it, then you will get the place under your control. So, is it buggy? Not really. It's just hard to grok if you're not familiar with how the under the hood side of that system works. It just doesn't work the way I think a lot of people expect it. Like, people don't realize that dwarves aren't warmongering murder bots. Those are the goblins. People just assume that they're warmongering murder bots because people play video games and that's the only verb that they're used to having in a video game. So when a game is seemingly focused on like global conquest and murder, when it's not really, it becomes very difficult for some people to wrap their head around the fact that no, the dwarves don't want to be killing everybody. I don't know what you're missing, Wolfie. It's just like, you know, the constant player dedicated thought, which is wrong, which is that most people, for some reason, seem to think that every single dwarf in the world of Dwarf Fortress absolutely hates the existence of every single elf. It's like, well, no, that's absolutely not true, actually. Sometimes they'll go to war with elven factions, but that doesn't mean you hate every single elf. It's like sometimes humans will go to war with other humans, but that doesn't mean they hate every single human in existence. Just some specific annoying ones. Okay, so this is now done. That's been built. Let's see if I can butcher this animal. No. Okay, so this creature is not butcherable. Where the hell is my camera? Right here. Construct this, and they'll just get rid of that. I mean, I've had this video like halfway scripted for a while, but I've decided to delay it until adventure mode's been out for a minute. Literally with the entire concept of the video being world domination is bad and boring in Dwarf Fortress. Quite literally because it is. Like, for lack of a better term, world domination is really boring in Dwarf Fortress. No, you cannot. There is no, like, faction formation. Factions form at the beginning of the world, and the player character has no control over making new factions. An adventurer could, like, essentially start a bandit gang, but that's not a faction. And by that I mean specifically in adventure mode, you can sort of create a bandit gang. But like I said, that's not technically a faction. What about goblin extermination? Good luck. Dwarf Fortress isn't really a game about winning. And I think a lot of people go into Dwarf Fortress with the assumption that I'm gonna win. Not realizing that it's not really a game that you win. And also, I think a lot of people go into Dwarf Fortress assuming that murdering everything is winning. Murdering everything in Dwarf Fortress makes the world boring. So, murdering everything in Dwarf Fortress makes you lose. That's my controversial opinion. What's my high score in this game? 2,500 concurrent viewers. Or, no, the one time I was on Twitch front page, back when the game was ASCII. That's probably my high score, actually. I managed to get Dwarf Fortress on the front page of Twitch while it was still an ASCII game. Probably the closest thing I'd count towards a high score in this game. This is going to be the bottom half of my Baron's living quarters. This is going to be the dining room and the tomb, I think. It's impressive? No, not really. I won a contest, I think. Was that the time I won? Actually, I can't remember. Like, sitting here going like, why actually did I get that front page? I can't remember. I think it might have been like I just applied for a thing and I got selected. Never played older versions other than the Steam one? Yeah, I mean, that's the majority of people who play this game, right? I'm just trying to get these doors built. These doors are still leaving the map. Yay, I finally have unmarked tombs now. Next thing I got to do is I got to go to this screen, and I got to be like, okay, so we got a... Okay, actually, let's just do this. Undead. Okay. Unib, the ghostly, whatever, the Dwarf. Got to go down to here, and we got to grab Unib. So I'm assuming you're the one that's not memorialized, because it doesn't say that you have a ghost right now, but... Inability to peace out. What do you mean by inability to peace out? You mean like inability to make peace? Well, and part of the reason why like I don't want to make that video until after adventure mode is out is something that I saw Clinodev mention in my YouTube comments the other day, which is there is a very, 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 very real reality or potential reality that the adventure mode update adds a bunch of stuff to the world gen, right? Like we saw that video that was shown the other day about combat. And Tarn mentions in that video that they made those characters in character creation. Leading me, this is me just stating this, I don't know if this is true or not, to be suspicious that adventure mode is pretty much ready to ship. And they are just bug testing at this point. There's probably a few more menus that need some polish, but I would be willing to bet $1 that it's largely ready to go right now. But they shouldn't ship it because you should spend time bug fixing, right? You should find as many of the bugs as possible. So I do think that that video that we just saw is pretty telling of the current status of adventure mode, which is good. It means that, like, you know, good progress is being made. But like with Fortress mode, they didn't tell us what they were going to change. We got some mild hints. But anybody who played Adventure or Dwarf Fortress before it came out on Steam knows that they added a bunch of things. Like, you know, the end game changed quite a bit, right? The way certain things work changed quite a bit. The way certain events happen changed quite a bit. The way you dig too deep changed quite a bit. The way you trade with elves changed quite a lot, right? Like, you used to be able to sell them meat, right? Now it's like they went from, like, only not taking wood products to now not taking wood products, weapons, or anything made using wood products, including charcoal, right? Stuff's going to change. I have no idea what. And I'd be willing to bet that most of you probably have no idea what. Unless somebody here is quietly testing behind the scenes. So it's hard to say. I don't know. I guess what people don't like is that world peace in Dwarf Fortress right now is just simply everybody get a Necronomicon and make all the annoying people into Zambi. That's not true, Pophead. Elves will only eat the dead after they kill them in battle. They don't prefer or rather eat humans. It's a post-combat ritual. We're talking about religious folk here. That shit's cool. I don't know, like, as a piece of weird lore, that is neat to me. I like that. That's good lore. That is good flavoring for a specific style of character. And also, not all of them do. Believe it or not, some elves leave elven society and go move in with the dwarves because they don't value nature that much. You know? Not every single elf will eat the dead after combat. Only elves that have been born and raised and grown up in elven society that are completely accustomed to that type of culture do that. I really like it. They're not creeps. They're just religious zealots. They're an interesting subculture in the world, which gives the world flavor and makes it unique. Meanwhile, humans think that murder is fine if you get away with it. That's weird. There are humans out there that used to eat the bodies of their own when they died because they believed that they got their power. It's more about you eat what you hunt, yay nature. I mean, we don't have an exact reason as to why they do it. But what we do know is based on the ethics page for Vanilla Civilizations, eating sapients that have been killed in battle is horrible for dwarves, acceptable for elves, and horrible for humans. Goblins are totally fine with it. Like, you need to remember this. If there's just a really fucking weird goblin out there who just decides, I'm just going to eat the bodies of those I kill in battle, the other goblins don't care. Meanwhile, making mutilated corpse statues is totally fine for humans. Making trophies out of corpse statues from, as a human, you could take a person, put their head on a stick, and then put it in your bedroom, and that's totally acceptable and normal. You could make a trophy from the corpse of an animal, which is totally acceptable and normal, which is also acceptable and normal for a dwarf, in fact. Humans in real life do that as well. Goblins think all of these are acceptable. Making a trophy from the corpse of another sentient race is shunned by dwarves, and it's appalling if you make a trophy from the corpse of the same race. Humans and elves, humans and goblins, that's totally acceptable. So when it comes to, like, mutilating corpses and, like, weird rituals, the elves ain't even the weirdest ones. It's goblins who are. Like, not even close. I mean, it is appalling. Darius, it is appalling. I mean, most of them get, if witnesses see them making a fell artifact, they do go to prison. Like, it's not like they get away scot-free when they do that. I don't know what type of flooring I used here, so I'm just going to delete these real quick and replace them. It's not like they're just sitting there singing the fucking Papa Roach song, Getting Away with Murder. It's not like they're doing that. Getting away, getting away. Humans, I am of the opinion that the evilest faction are humans. Goblins are just misunderstood because they are run by demonic hordes and are just like weird, like selfish libertarians. And the elves are just very overly inflated by the community in their evilness when it's, I would say, a poor representation of the rich and interesting elvish culture. And it's long discussions like this, which is why I chuckle a little bit when somebody who claims to be a large fan of my content is just like, Blind is being nice to elves? It's like, well, one, I'm at war with them in this faction right now, so I mean, not always. But Blind is being nice to elves is like, well, you must be new here. I also grow tomatoes in my closet, so I like plants, like in real life. No, Elfie is Elfie in real life. Whoa. Dino Dance is different. It has, like, way more frames now and it blinks. What the hell? Why did they do that? Did that, like, just happen, Montecore? It's also, like, super blurry. Doesn't look very good. Elves are the only way to get tame giant animals in trading without having to attack somebody. What? I don't know about that, Wolfie. You don't like the elves because your mind was made up before you started playing this video game. I like the elves because I understand how this game works mechanically and realize that races do not equal factions that go to war with me in this game. Certain factions are racist in Dwarf Fortress. Species vary based on where they were raised and how they were raised. I don't really care if you're joking. If you make a joke like that or state a meme like that, it doesn't fucking matter. Jokes come from reality and are based on reality. All humor is based in truth. So you making a joke like that just incentivizes continuing of the same conversation. So if your goal is to end the conversation or move on, end the conversation, move on. If you make a joke or a meme based on the same conversation, it's just going to keep it going. It's one thing to not really have values. It's another thing to have values that just seem to attempt to justify yourself. Look at you humans. There you go. I'm trying to catch up on chat that I missed. I was talking about this earlier, Shadow. Apparently it means that it's like the anniversary of the launch of the original game or whatever. Maybe you get a dwarf check. Don't get your hopes up. I got bad news for you. Your dwarf, I'm almost certain, died in one of the raids of the cavern monsters. Launch of Gen 1 in Japan. Yes. Sorry, I stopped caring. What? What were we talking about? Oops, those are walls, not floors. Goblins are essentially Americans. Well, Americans from certain states. Softest bear on YouTube. Like, if you actually look at their ethics and, like, what they believe in game, it's literally like, oh, you're from rural Texas or Alberta. You're from the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma. Except, I don't think the goblins are, like, Christians, so maybe Bible Belt is bad or less accurate. Minus the very old age. Florida man? Nah. They don't seem obsessed with oil yet. We don't have that much we haven't discovered oil yet. Besides, clearly oil is just compressed demons underground after the dwarves finish caving in all of the mountains. So maybe they're not obsessed with oil because they're run by creatures that in 2 million years will be oil. Hmm? Did you ever think about that? I've got a suit of armor on the ground. It's forbidden for some reason. Like, what if the dinosaurs were the demons that were running the goblin hordes in the Jurassic period? King T-Rex is here to lead this goblin army to fight with the dwarves. I mean, you know, back when dragons were still alive, right? Right? Speaking of dragons, I put up a video on Mega Beast caves this morning, which people are watching and seem to be liking. If you guys have ideas for other Advanced World Gen things I should do, yell at me in chat or comment on that video. I'd honestly prefer you comment on that video because it makes the number go up, but, you know. I feel like raptors would be royalty. I feel like a raptor's brain is like the size of a walnut. They don't look like raptors to me look like an emu. I have a hard time believing that they'd be particularly intelligente. Figure out mesh design for you. Working on it. Can you use blocks for crafting? No. Blocks are used for construction. Wolverine man-tooth amulet? Ew. Good win, Salty. Good win, Goat. You know, boulders are crafting, blocks are construction, basically. Right. Well, keep fighting the good fight. Alberta's a cold place. Also, for clarity's sake, I throw shade at Alberta because I'm from British Columbia. Everybody in Alberta is throwing shade at British Columbia literally every time they speak. So, like, you know, come on. It's equal opportunities here. You're welcome to make fun of me for being a weird, prissy, like, Vancouverite. I don't actually live in Vancouver. Also, our rent is not that much cheaper than Calgary anymore. Or our rent is not that much more expensive than Calgary anymore. Calgary is catching up. $150 Dwarf fort. How many? I mean, you'll just get boulders naturally, unless you're doing. It's literally just stones. What's the name of the? I think it's stones. Yes, it's stones. You'll just get them naturally. Like you don't need to worry too much about keeping boulders unless you're specifically trying to make like iron into steel, which requires like a fluxstone like chalk. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. You'll just have them. I mean, as you're building and as you're constructing, stuff will appear in places, right? It's fun sibling stuffs. I mean, it is until it isn't, but yes. I think every country can like, you know, it's like towns in Great Britain just like making fun of the guys next door. Like it's just, I don't know, that's what you do. A crossword asks you to name a specific town in Nova Scotia. You know, I don't think I could come up with a single town in Nova Scotia except Halifax. Like I live in Canada, but I'm about as far away from there as you possibly could be. St. John, sure. But like, if someone put me on the spot and was like, Greg, name a city in Nova Scotia that isn't Halifax, I'd be like, like it. Yeah, and also, Japan is closer than Halifax. Actually, that might be a lie. Hold on. Let's Google Maps a car drive from here to, like, Tokyo, and then a drive to Halifax. Let's see if it gives that to me. How do you drive to Tokyo? With a lot of swimming. Sometimes you can get Google Maps to give you some dumb things without making it go to the airport. Damn it! Google Maps ain't being fun anymore. Regardless, I just want to know the distance. $6,874 kilometers. Vancouver to Halifax. Distance, not a flight. Why do you give me driving? Okay, so it's only an extra 1,000 kilometers to go to Japan. Duct tape and a paddle. Yeah. So for years here, like they built a bridge here in that opened in 2009 called the Golden Gate, or the Golden Ears Bridge, not the Golden Gate Bridge, the Golden Ears Bridge. And while the bridge was finalizing construction, it took Google Maps 6 years to figure out that there was a bridge there. And I remember my mom in the like early-ish days of like GPS driving across that bridge with me in the like backseat or whatever, and hearing her GPS say, "Make an illegal U-turn. Make an illegal U-turn. Make an illegal U-turn." While it like thinks that we're like flying over, like swimming in the water. Like literally the GPS says that we are in the middle of a river drowning. And it's like, make it illegal, which makes me laugh a little bit inside because I'm imagining all of those like idiot tourists in Hawaii who just like drive into the ocean. Just like it telling you to turn around. Wait, is the Cybertruck supposed to be able to float? Salty? I'll be honest with you. I took one look at that thing and thought it looked stupid and then promptly forgot about it until like a couple months ago where it suddenly started showing up again. But like, is it supposed to be able to float? Oh no, I'm well aware that they are hard, but they were also much slower to update in 2009. This was a different reality, Nutty. The difference between a Garmin road GPS and like a modern era car is a bit. Saw one in Montreal. Ooh. It's barely allowed to exist. Musk said it floats, so it doesn't. I'm gonna Google this, so you don't have to. Does the Cybertruck float? So this is from Digital Trends, which is a website that I would trust generally. And it says, take note, the new vehicle launched without a swimming certificate. So current owners should definitely avoid taking their Cybertruck for a dip because it will sink. That was as of January 19th, 2023. The fuck is a swimming certificate? Found a Reddit post titled, "So does the Cybertruck float like a boat or nah?" Anyway, Guilty Judge, thanks for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, mate. I don't know. The fuck? Yeah. That's all I have to say about the Cybertruck. People should buy bicycles and stop buying cars. And, public transit's pretty good. We should have more of that. Anyways. Old man screams at cloud, I suppose. Oh, right. Yeah, I was gonna memorialize this dwarf. Chat room, can I get a round of beers in chat for that brand new Prime subscription, please? Which also makes them louder at speed than their gas counterparts, which is one of my favorite bits. We're in an ad break right now, so I'm just gonna pause. Cybertruck's rusts? Ooh. I mean, they're just like solid steel, aren't they? One of my favorite videos that I saw of the Cybertruck was the front bumper is bent steel, right? And apparently, during the manufacturing of this thing, they had to invent a new way of bending it to bend it into place. So if it comes unstuck, it'll actually just straight up pop off and lose its form. So it'll lose its shape. And there is a video of a Cybertruck like hitting a concrete pole, those things that are like in front of malls, hitting it and it just going pop and popping off. Oh, well, okay. Well, I mean, Elon Musk lies to sell things all the time, from cryptocurrency to cars, so. I mean, it's just pretty standard practice when you're a billionaire and the law doesn't apply to you. So they get over 8, then it's okay? I believe it. But here's the beauty of public transit, right? The more public transit there is, the more accessible the public transit is, and the better it is for people who use it a lot already, the better it gets for people who have kids. Right? Your internet randomly died? Oh no. Ads are done, though. It's just like when people tell me that, oh, bike lanes are great unless you have kids. Well, there's a solution for that. The Dutch came up with it ages ago. It's called a cargo bike. But unfortunately, most people live in a reality where bike lanes aren't safe enough to ride a cargo bike, which is understandable. Doesn't change the fact that there is a solution to that. It's mostly old women rides, so if someone comes on with kids, it's instant grandma's looking after the little ones. Oh, that's adorable. I don't know. I see kids on public transit all the goddamn time. Like, there's like immigrant families of like 9 get onto one of the buses I take very frequently, and they always seem fine. I mean, the kids can get a little rambunctious at times, but, you know, it's not that bad. Yeah, and once their cargo bike's safe, the kids can go on there as well. And the beauty of that as well, like on top of everything, is that if your bike lanes are cargo bike safe and the kids can ride, then kids get a sense of independence as soon as they're old enough to ride their own bikes. And also, you know, people talk about like, well, the weather sucks sometimes. Okay. I rode my bike in the snow not too long ago, and I'm legally blind, and I do okay. On top of that, we're going to have to deal with this. Oh, boy. On top of that, I'm trying to think how to word this. I don't have kids, but if you have kids and you ride a cargo bike and the weather sucks, you can wrap your kids up in, let's just say, snow gear. Pedal them somewhere, and you don't have to worry about them being like I was when I was growing up, and my mom would cover me in snow gear and then put me in a warm car where you're just immediately sweating. And then you get out of the car, and then you're just like, well, now I'm a sticky, wet ball of snow gear, and that sucks. That sucked for me as a little kid. It would have been real nice to just, like, you know, be in snow gear and just be warm outside than be in snow gear and sweating in a car. Really, thank you very much for the 15th month. Welcome back. So Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. I was expecting that. They looked like the ones that were going to immediately leave. I have 2 squads that are still trying to leave. Kokoroko... Okay, so I've got a few dwarves who haven't left yet, and I need to figure out why. Why are you still here? Because you're picking up equipment. Okay. How about you? Why are you still here? Because you're starving to death. All right, well, I'm just going to remove you, and I'm going to remove you from the military. How about... Tanker, why are you still here? Because you are sleeping. All right. I mean, the problem that we have here with our bike lanes, and trust me, every place has different problems with different infrastructure, but the problem that we have here with our bike lanes is that they don't plow the bike lanes. In fact, they plow the roads into the bike lanes, which is not optimal at all. This should not be getting fresh raw hide and raw fish in there. Currently is. That sucks. I'm sorry that your bike lanes barely exist. All right. So we got Aztrog the Goblin the Thief right here. Waiting for my soldiers to arrive and fight them when they come back. Yeah, whenever those groups arrive, those sieges that then just immediately leave, it's almost always because they're actually just thieves here to steal my stuff. Or kill the children, or kidnap the children, or whatever. So I'm just going to remove dump from all these, and we're going to close this. And hopefully we can just sell all this crap when the traders arrive next. Okay, so I'm just going to assume that the siegers have all left. They've left. Okay. You're right. Here you're going to go demand tribute. Let's watch you as you leave. Oh, no, I mean, I grew up in an area that was pretty rural, so I know exactly what you mean, Palm Top. I grew up somewhere that didn't have sidewalks. I grew up somewhere that also had, like, a 40-minute bike ride to the nearest house, right? So where I know what that's like. But what I'm talking about, I'm not generally talking about rural areas when I'm talking like this, right? When you hear me throwing shade and talking smack about cars, I'm not talking about rural areas. I'm talking about the jackasses that are 4 years younger than me that own a pickup truck and are complaining that they don't get paid well enough and live in a mansion with their parents. Those are the people I'm complaining about. And what do they do with that pickup truck? Well, they drive it to work. Where do they work? 15-minute drive from where they live. Okay, where do they work? Walmart? That's what I'm talking about. You want your Jetsons flying car? You know how loud a drone is? Cashmere Goat? You have any idea how loud a Jetsons flying car would be? Like, genuine statement. The Forgotten Beast Eclist has come. A huge eyeless stegosaur. It has a short trunk and it's oval shaped and its azure scales are oval-shaped and overlapping. Beware its poisonous bite. Do I even have access to that layer currently still? Because I think I still have that door open. Yes, I do. Okay, well, that's bad. That's really, really bad. I'm going to assume none of my dwarves are in there, so strong do you seem to be? We'll wait for the military to get here, because I'm assuming he's just going to hug this door for a bit. Comes with noise reduction? In favor of what, exactly? You know, it's also kind of funny, because just a little statement about cars here. Where I live, U-turns are completely illegal unless it's explicitly stated on the road that you are on that you can make a U-turn. U-turns are 100% illegal. It is a fine and a strike on your license if you do it more than once and are caught more than once. It's like getting a speeding ticket, if not worse. A few years ago, I would never see them. I almost got hit by a pickup truck yesterday because somebody did a U-turn in a lane they weren't supposed to while I was crossing the street and had right of way. Yesterday. Literally yesterday. And it happens all the time. This is like the third time in the last year and a half that I've almost died because a pickup truck damn near hit me. And if I wasn't paying attention and didn't jump out of the way, I would have been flat. I'm just going over samples for your first ever book cover permission? Book you wrote? Or... Alright, so we are opening up this door. Beastie move forward. Dwarves go, ah! Probably. I like this dwarf. Maybe I give up early sometimes. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a goblin die. Followed by this dwarf who's vengeful after joining an existing conflict. Alright, combat hasn't started yet. Let's move a few tiles forward. And tell these squatties to go kill it. Get them, dwarfs. Door closes. Blood appears. It's the Forgotten Beast's blood. Bleeding heavily. Comes around the corner and lands on a pincushion. Gets kicked by a spear dwarf in the upper body, which actually bruised it. Then a recruit hacked it with its steel battle axe, tearing the muscle. Motor nerve was severed. Mace dwarf hacks it in the right front foot with a steel battle axe, fracturing the bone. Many nerves have been severed, and a ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. The forest pulls the right leg, and the Forgotten Beast falls over. Not a bad start. Forgotten Beast moves forward underneath my dwarves, who's still bleeding heavily. The dwarves appear to all be not dead currently. Athel is hungry though, so we should probably kill this quick so this dwarf can get to lunch. Because we wouldn't want our dwarves to go without a lunch break. Oh wow, this creature is 777 years old. If you want a car that makes Hanna-Barbera noises, you can do that right now. They make electric cars that have outward-facing speakers. So if you want to be very funny, you could get like a Tesla that just does while you're driving. Just make like blowing raspberry sounds. They should sell like sound packs for those things, and so you can make your car sound like the jelly car from Jelly Car. That's just like beep beep. Boing boing. Zoom zoom. It's a divorce guidebook. Okay. So wait, hold on. You wrote a book on divorce and you've commissioned a cover for it. Am I understanding this correctly? Or are you making a commission for a book on divorce? You've spoken with blind people who they're having troubles with e-cars and appreciate motor noises. As somebody who's severely visually impaired, I have problems with things that are big enough to kill me when they hit me. It doesn't matter if it makes noise or not. Like, because if all you hear is motor sounds all the time. Also, those people must be hard of hearing, I'll be honest with you. But if all you're hearing is motor sounds all the time, it blends into nothing. It doesn't mean anything. All right, it is not driven, but rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. I don't think this creature is going to have any success. I think it's going to die to my recruits. Move a few turns forward. Iron Spear got lodged in the wound after a Spear Dwarf stabs it in the upper body. Sound electron. I don't like the sound Teslas make. I think the Hyundai Ioniq hum is nice. Mace Dwarf hacks the Forgotten Beast in the left leg with a steel battle axe, tearing the muscle. Spear Dwarf pulls on the embedded iron spear. Yeah, I don't know. For me, I find electric cars way easier to spot the sound of because they sound different than, like, motor cars. Like, I genuinely find them easier to hear. So, I don't know. I've also heard reports like that, Mallet, but I have a hard time believing it as somebody who can't see very well at all. The Mace Dwarf hacks the Forgotten Beast in the left front leg with his steel battle axe, tearing the muscle. The Gem Setter punches the Forgotten Beast. We have a Gem Setter joining in? I guess I've got, like, oh, I see. Iteb is right above, who's actually meditating on death while punching it. That's actually kind of fitting. Unpause for a second. Forgotten Beast is still bleeding. How? Huh. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, how does a Mace Dwarf embed a mace in it? But he didn't. It was a battle axe that got embedded in it. I would rather half the people drove cars. Or maybe less than half of the people drove cars. You can own a car. I just would rather people didn't drive them. I don't fucking care what noise it makes. I live in an area, I'm talking about where I live, right? I live in an area where you don't need a car. It's flat, you don't. It's nice, but you don't need it. Completely irrelevant. You sure as shit don't need a giant fucking SUV. It's a luxury item. You don't need it. Completely optional. Like, maybe if you want to travel once or twice a year, okay, own one. Park it. Take the bus. Buses run frequently enough. You shouldn't have to own a car. Although it's a very easy soapbox for me to stand on because I am legally blind and can't legally drive in Canada, nor the States. With the exception of, like, there is a temporary license I could get in Alberta called a farmer's license, which essentially is just you can drive on your own property. I could get that, but that's it. So it's very easy for me to say I think less people should drive because I know how convenient public transit can be. And I know how much better it could be because I focus on it and pay attention to it. So that's what I'm talking about. I don't think anybody should need to own a car if you live in a city. If you live in the rural areas, fucking, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about living in a downtown area. Nobody needs to own a, like, extended cab pickup truck here. That's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, the gem setter punches the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her left hand, bruising the fat, and the recruit slaps the Forgotten Beast in the head with the flat of a steel battle axe, bruising the scale. So you can drive a tractor or like any kind of work vehicles, basically. Although, you know what's hysterical? At one point in my life, I had a tugboat license. That's expired, but I did at one point have a tugboat license. Mace Dwarf hacks at the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with a steel battle axe, tearing the scale. The Spear Dwarf punches the Forgotten Beast in the left front leg with his left hand, bruising the muscle. Gem Setter punches the Forgotten Beast in the left rear foot with her rear hand, bruising the muscle. What? I saw an opportunity to take a class, and I took a class. It was a 3-week class. I already had my speedboat license, which doesn't expire. So I took the class, and I got to drive a tugboat once, and then never renewed it. There's no real story there. But, you know, I want to say it lasted for 5 years or something, but I never renewed it. I also never got a job doing that. The Mace Dwarf hacks the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with a steel battle axe, tearing the scale. The Spear Dwarf punches the Forgotten Beast in the left front leg. It's like getting, what's it called? Like a forklift certification. It's just a cert thing. The Gem Setter punches the Forgotten Beast in the rear foot, bruising the muscle. Shout out to that Gem Setter doing damage. Yeah, a bunch of recruits are really, like, giving this thing a run for its money. Its trunk got removed, forcibly. Creature is probably bleeding quite a bit, if I had to imagine. Yep, it is. It's in emotional shock, and it is now dead. Rest in peace to the creature. At least I'm assuming it's dead. Its neck got removed? I think? No, okay, sorry. Yeah, okay. No, its neck did get removed. We chopped its neck off, we chopped its body up, and we are now going to see if we can turn this one into dinner by, in fact, putting a workshop right here for it. I'm just going to wait for these dwarves to get out of here and get back inside. What are you doing? Oh, right. You guys are all still stationed, aren't you? Not even. Oh, I see. You're cleaning up blood. That's what you're doing. And so I'm going to do that. And we are going to turn this off. Roast beast? Oh, yeah. Turns out, if you're driving a boat, unless there's smaller boats out there, the only boats you really need to see are the bigger boats, and you need to know where rocks are under the water. You can't see where the rocks are under the water anyway. It's usually marked on a map. So, I don't know. I used to drive a speedboat as part of a summer job that I had, where my older sister was coaching kayaking, and I was the safety boat driver, which basically meant I would get into the speedboat, drive it into the middle lake, and then sit there with it parked and wait for somebody to fall in, and then drive over to them and pull them out and flip the thing over, empty the kayak out, and put them into the safety boat and drive them back if they were too cold. Otherwise, put them back in the kayak and tell them to get back out there. But that was just like, you know, a little dinghy, like motorboat. But the lake that the kayaking stuff would happen on was a lake that didn't actually allow motorboats at all. So we had a special permission to be able to use it. So I wasn't allowed to zip around on that thing. I had to stay pretty careful within the rules. Otherwise, we would lose our rights to have a safety boat, and then we couldn't have a sprint kayaking team anymore. Choo-choo? I have a question. What do you think a tugboat is, Reinhardt? If you think a tugboat go tugga, shoot-choo, do you know what a tugboat is? And what is your vision of a tugboat, and why does it have a train horn? I'm so confused by your vision of what a tugboat is. You for wheelsies? Man. That's a bummer. I want to butcher this creature, but I can't. Yeah, not butcherable. Shame. Yeah, but I guess I will just simply maintain that a tugboat doesn't sound anything like a train. So why is you making train make tugboat sound? Why are you making tugboat make train sounds? Also, Tanker, why in the worlds haven't you left the maps yet? This is an icicle. This is a desert. Right, yeah, I guess there was zombies on the map shooting icicles earlier, but that is such a weird thing to see in a desert. Probably, Reinhardt. Doesn't change the fact that I'm sad. Although tugboats don't have the funniest name. And also, we're not talking about the smallest, most bare... Oh, wait. Are you talking about being a safety boat driver, or are we talking about tugboats still? Because there are significantly smaller boats. I will not name a dwarf Anakin Skywalker. Just because you asked. I really don't want a dwarf named Anakin Skywalker. And I hate Star Wars more than Anakin hates sand. So I don't want a dwarf in my fort named Anakin Skywalker. If you could find a less intolerable character, I could consider it. But you have to give me a less intolerable character. All right, so my first demanding of a tribute is back. We did actually get a tribute from them. We got a copper bone bracelet, a cougar bone bracelet, a pigtail thread, a copper shield, black cap chest, and some other crap. You want me to name a dwarf for Putnam? All right. Putnam would be a scholar, I would think. Do I have any unnamed scholars? I do. There you go. I mean, very briefly, the overlord of a goblin fort in this world was named Darth Plagueis the Wise, but I'm not gonna name a dwarf Anakin Skywalker. Anyway. She is very friendly and always tries to say nice things. She actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, lives a fast-paced life, and tries to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Is quick to anger and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. Is a little tight with resources when working on projects. Has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and occasionally overindulges. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I'm confused. The minimap is currently showing the surface layer, but I'm on layer minus 90. Does it take a... Oh, wow, it does take a minute to update. That's weird. The more you know... She personally believes that freedom and independence are completely non-negotiable and would fight to defend them, and views the pursuit of knowledge to be deeply important, and dreams of making a great discovery. Likes andesite, trifle pewter, and plume ogate, and mongoose leather and the color beige. Nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature, and lesser yam plants for their tubers. And the words of the faded ash and the sound of the brew of dusks, and when possible prefers to consume guppy, rice beer, and linseed oil. And single grain wheat flour, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Me too. I saw one of those once. I squished it. You're upset after being unable to find a priest to cry on. Am I out of priests? Oh, cheers. Sync too. I do look at the YouTube chat, but I look at the YouTube chat when Twitch chat is being quiet, because Twitch chat is usually a lot busier, so I don't look at the YouTube chat all that often, but cheers. I would have seen it, probably would have just taken me, like, a bit. And I are stupid. It's good to see you as well as who else have I missed here? Probably somebody. You did. You made a ring. It literally is a Gabbro ring with vulture leather. And you claimed it as a personal treasure, Tellin, so I assigned it to you. Is it a cold desert? Not particularly. But no, I mean, that's just a magic... No, it's not a cold desert. That's just a magical icicle that was shot by a zombie, so... Yeah, no, it's a pretty standard desert. I mean, it's probably cooler, but it's not that far north. We'd have to be quite a bit further north to really run into that sort of stuff. Cheers, mate. You have a good afternoon. Also, I've got a raging cave ghost, apparently. Do I have other ghosts around? Oh! That explains it. I've got 2 Unibs that are currently ghosts. I've had enough dwarves, like, die to lava and have unrecoverable corpses that, like, there's kind of not a lot I can do. We're just going to end up with ghosts. This is a screen I do hope that they fix at some point. Ghosts are supposed to just automatically populate at the top of the list, and they used to in older versions, but for some reason they don't now. All right. Mike, thanks for the raid. What's up, dude? How you been? Chatham, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Please don't drown them. You raiding, Lack? Hello. I enjoy listening to Mike babble about stuff on YouTube and don't watch the streams that much because you have this damn habit of streaming at the exact same time as me. But, hi. Hope you guys are doing well. Thanks for the raid. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Some raiders have arrived despite the danger. I play too much Dwarf Fortress. Welcome to my streams. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. Code dependent. Thanks for the 13th month. Welcome back. You do babble? Babble good. You keep me updated on things that make me mad, mostly evolving around AI. Which turns out makes me very mad most of the time. But cheers. Thanks for the raid. What were you guys up to today? Just playing something random or just talking? AI makes everyone mad. I think that's the point, yeah. My shit's blown up. My shit blew up like a year ago. It's been like... Yeah, I don't know. Playing Power Wash Simulator 40K. Oh, right, yeah, I saw something about that deal. I do like how the developer of that video game understands that that video game is extraordinarily dumb. It's nice. You were cleaning groins. Gotcha. Well, I mean, you got to get the must out, right?
Happy YouTube anniversary or something.
I hit 50K subs on YouTube, if that's what you're talking about. It's not a universe or a university anniversary or anything. They have a SpongeBob DLC? So I realize I'm stuck in an ad break at this exact moment, but I have a very strange hypothetical question. SpongeBob underwater. Power wash simulator clean with water. How do clean gunk with water underwater? Like... Clearly, Talon, wouldn't that just, like, kill all of the local everything? Like, isn't that, like, the equivalent of, like, releasing toxic gas into the air and being like, man, why are all the bunny rabbits dead? I just threw chlorine gas everywhere. Or are they, like, is it a weird underwater air cannon? Featuring custom-designed equipment that could rival even Sandy Cheek's best inventions, and you can rest assured it'll work just fine underwater. How? All you need is power and a washer and some imagination. So, true story, I've pressure washed the inside of a McDonald's. Multiple times. I don't think I could ever play Power Wash Simulator because I know how unpleasant that shit is in real life. But I will say, it's a much faster way to clean a toilet. With just a pressure washer. What's even funnier is my boss at the time told me to do it. And then she was mad when, like, some of the wallpaper came off the walls. I'm like, you literally told me to pressure wash that wall. And now you're upset that there's wallpaper. I told you this was a bad idea. I did, in my defense. All right, so got ourselves a migrant. Why did what? Oh, I see. You're a proficient brewer. I was like, you have a lot of purple skills. That's weird. Shares intimate details of her life without sparing a thought on the repercussions. Member of the Gilded Faith? You're an adept mace dwarf? Excuse me? Huh. So, this dwarf's either committed a crime or, like, got lost somewhere. Because this dwarf's an adept mace dwarf, has killed things before, and is a former member of my faction. The hell? You lived here once before. Did you leave? Like, I'm gonna interrogate you because I don't trust you. Do you have friends? Nah. Well, I mean, you know people here. Killed an elf once. Wonder if you got lost alongside my military at some point. You saw Merlin Buff's dead body, but you just walked onto the map. How did you see Merlin Buff? Oh, okay. I see. You're in this squad. That makes a lot more sense. Why did you come back before the rest of them did, though? I mean, it still doesn't make sense, but... defected and then came back? Or they're all dead. I mean, either of those things are possible. I don't need the fleshy mirrors to join my fortress for the reason of entertaining citizens and visitors. I'm sure their music is fabulous, and you know what? I'm good. He's a fast walker. And he left all of his weapons and armor as well? Voices of the Void. No. What that? Laura is in the same situation. This was the first demand tribute, which was successful. So this squad is coming back one at a time as part of this migrant wave. That's not good. They're just dead weight. Yeah. Actually, the better question is, are they leaving again? Nope, they are not. But Captain's gonna go interrogate one of them. But listening for... Oh, wait a second. Is it like that kind of open world-ish thing with the very pixelated art style and the weird bumpy map with a lot of radio towers that's for sale in Itch? They are listed as new arrival. No, these are not returning from a raid. These are new migrants. They also don't have any of their gear. Something caused them to come home early and not complete the mission. But I think I watched Unsanity live stream some of that. Tom. Pretty sure I saw Tom streaming that. Looks neat. I don't know. That's a ghost. It's a ghost who really hates that sock. It's on Icy. Itch, Icy. I mean, I have no idea what Signal Simulator is, but... Casper, thanks for the 11th month. I will be back in a few seconds, chat room. Don't have to go anywhere. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Casper? Closet dirt still moist. A 1,000 blocks order and now socializing and becoming happy again. It's actually kind of funny. It's like you delete a lot of your orders or like pause a bunch of work and then suddenly the dwarves' mood improves and it's like, wonder why that's happening. Weird. Anyway. Yep. No, they didn't commit any crimes. Well, that's odd. I love just this ghost sitting here. Puzzle Treaties. What's your last name? So apparently every single Unib on the map is memorialized. According to this. Every single Unib is memorialized. Then explain me this video game. L-U-S-L-E. Okay, so apparently type... Oh, your name's Udib, not Unib. Missing soldier? What? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by missing soldier, question mark. Yeah, that's all I have to say. No, I was misreading a name. This is what was happening there. Simple as that. At least we finally got these block piles mostly sorted. These all just Gabbro. Let's just... get those moved. Yeah, no, we did find it, yes. Which also made your question make a lot more sense seconds after I read it the first time. You know what? Baron is happy with their current bedroom. We don't need to move them. Let's go... Fancy Gabbro Tomb. This tomb can go right here. Be assigned to my Baron, who's happy with it. And this right here can be their dining room. Which... kind of want to just put like a window through here. I also need to make these walls look not awful. Because currently they kind of do. Oops, wrong button. Elven umlauts are much more sophisticated. All I know about Elven umlauts is that you've played too much of this game when you can look at somebody's name and be like, why do you have an Elven name? What happened to you? Why does this human have an Elven name? Where did you come from? Are you lying about who you are? Or are you in fact actually from Elven society? You read their description, it says they're part of Dwarven society, and you're like, Then you interrogate them and they turn out to be a 250-year-old vampire who's actually just like impersonating somebody else who they murdered like hundreds of years ago. How far along is this fort? Pretty far along. Spencer Williams. Chad, how far along would you say is this fort? Skinwalkers? Don't skinwalkers become animals? Or am I confusing skinwalkers with something? 'Cause I thought skinwalkers became animals. I thought they were like creepy disease furries that like feed off your fear or something or another. That's a pretty expensive little coffin. Skinwalkers can be humans? Okay, well, I guess this is a type of skinwalker I've never heard of before. I was under the impression that skinwalkers were human that could become an animal, or a human-like creature that could become an animal to feed off of humans' fear or something. That was how I always understood skinwalkers, which is why you get like a lot of pictures of deer midway through wasting disease. That people are like, "Oh my God, it's a skinwalker!" It's like, nope, that's just a deer with wasting disease, and that's really sad. And hopefully, it like gets put out of its misery. Are people who use animal furs to hunt specific animals? Isn't that just called a hunter? What? I've also never heard of that. I've only ever heard of skinwalkers in the context of, like, the cryptid. What are Wendigos, then? I don't fucking know. I've never heard of a Wendigo outside of, like, the weird shack in the woods. I mean, when it comes to local mythos that doesn't exist, there's always going to be different interpretations because it doesn't exist and isn't real. Like a supernatural demon? Huh. I don't know. What is a Wendigo then? I'm not even doing this like Jeopardy. It's like, well, what is a Wendigo? Again, something that doesn't exist, probably, if I had to bet. Let's say bars. I'm aware I also haven't been making steel or anything for a while, so... Iron tables. And iron thrones. Let's just do 30 of each. Just so that we have some surplus. I'm not real? Aw, thank you. God, life would be so much nicer if I wasn't. I wouldn't be in pain all the time. But accepted evil magic to usually, and are used to a coyote. I've not heard the usually a coyote part. I know that they become animals. But yeah, that's the version that I know, Mac Daddy. And the kittens grew up. Goblin Chancellor Astrog Utasugo has shared tales beyond Slaprock. Well then. I'm good. I don't need to watch Wendigo movies. Thanks for the suggestion, though. I'd much rather watch Hong Kong action films. Oh, I didn't know that. The more you know. About the used to work on reservations thing. Like, I know that you work with animals, but... All right. Let's see if any of those tables been made yet. Nope. Although I could just, like, make this into... to do this manually because I don't have the right furniture. Is it weird that when people write the word cannibal in, like, without any context, my brain reads it in the tune of Panama? But with the word cannibal? And then I get viscerally annoyed that I can't go a single stream without cannibalism coming up as a topic, even though it's a topic that makes me want to vomit in real life. I will never understand why people constantly insist on bringing up cannibalism. It's great. It's great. I think chat just likes seeing me upset and doesn't enjoy when streamer gets to have an enjoyable day without any, you know, genuinely uncomfortable topics coming up. It's okay. I'm here to witness it and watch it go by and be disappointed every day. You know, it's good times. It's good times. Mate, I've been doing this longer than you've had your Twitch account, Puphead. I've been on to you for a while. Alright. How's the stockpile doing? Full of crappy old clothes, mostly. Well, at least it is clearing out. We also have tamed some, or we haven't tamed them, but we caught some giant ostriches a little while ago, so I'm going to get those training, I think is what we're going to do. Wherever they are. Also, apparently a dingo. That can just get eaten, though. Same with the camels and the vulture. Those can all just get eaten. Chat takes a while to catch up. Ah, that's also true. But there's exceptions to every rule. These giant ostriches, I would like some giant ostrich egg omelets. So, bomb wreck, you get to new gerb. Then mod your games so that they're word trainable. It's one line of text you need to change. There's guides on the wiki on how to do it. It's one of the easiest things to mod. Do I know how to do it off the top of my head, though? Nope, I'd need to look it up on the wiki, so you might as well just look it up on the wiki. And also, emus, while they can be very mean, are also extraordinarily cowardly. Just like ostriches. So I don't think they're particularly good war animals at all. Also, they're not exactly trainable. That would be like having war chickens. It's like, well, what are you going to do with them? Tell them to run blindly in a direction? I was reading about birds a couple months ago, and I think I talked about this on stream at the time. It's probably longer than a couple months ago now. But apparently emus have like an immediate memory of about 6 seconds. Meaning, if you piss off an emu and it starts running after you, after about 6 seconds, it won't know why it's chasing you anymore. It has already forgotten why it's chasing you. It's just chasing you because it knows that it's mad. Geese are lovely. Don't make me dig up the photo of me lying down in the middle of a flock of geese. They landed while I was sitting there, and so there was no poop on the ground until after I'd left. For clarity, I wasn't lying in a pile of poop. Geese are lovely as long as you don't have a dog or a child. If you have a dog or a child, or if you chase them, they're vicious, but if you're just chill and don't particularly bother them, they kind of part. It's like parting the sea. I was about to key something up. Right. I need to... Okay, we have wood again, which means, are we making ash? That's the first thing I gotta check. Whoop, what's that? That is something I cannot forbid. Oh boy. Well, at least we're making potash again. I lost one of my asheries there because I think a ghost broke it, actually. So let's remake my asheries. Never mind, I have no empty barrels. I would say that I would probably be mildly scared of emus, but growing up, there was a family friend of ours who had, I don't know, half a dozen emus. So I spent quite a bit of time around them. They're just very, very, very dumb birds. And that's me being as nice to emus as I possibly can. They're extremely stupid animals. And assuming you don't like intentionally try and aggravate them, they're relatively harmless. And they're, as long as you're giving them snacks, like, you know, they're fine. I'm more scared of horses. Uh-oh, that's not good. Coffin was toppled? Which is interesting, because you didn't actually topple it. Also, apparently a glass maker. But your slab's been engraved. We should... Let's get this memorial placed. You know, I think like there's also like this thing called exposure, right? Like I'm scared of horses, but I know why I'm scared of horses. I'm scared of horses because horses startle easily and they're very large. Am I actually like afraid of horses? No. I mean, I've stood right next to a horse and fed them before. Like they're fine. But I would describe myself as somebody who is scared of horses. But the reality is I'm not scared of horses. I'm very, very, very careful and cautious around horses because they are a large and, in my opinion, relatively unpredictable animal based considering their size. All right, so the other tribute attempt, which was run by Zwari's squad, in fact, who was still alive in the fort. Also, hi, Zwari. Cheers! Hopefully the YouTube tutorials are helpful. Wendigos are specifically malevolent while skinwalkers are more neutral. Huh. I'm learning about Wendigos and skinwalkers. I know some things about skinwalkers. Most of the things that people in chat have mentioned about skinwalkers, I go, yep, okay, cool. I know this. One cat's eye, one water skin, an anvil. Ooh. Serrated copper disc, wool yarn, and rat bone ring. Yeah, that's how I would describe, you know, my relation to horses, is that I have a cautious respect for them, and I find them a bit too large for me to be very casual around them, I guess, is how I would describe a horse. Canadian Pagan, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. How are you doing? I hope that your stream was good, Pagan. Chatroom, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? You know, this is the most raids I think I've gotten in one stream this entire month. By that I mean 2. Thank you. What's up, Mighty Stoosh? Cat's eye is, in fact, a type of gem. And they're called cat's eyes because they have, like, a neutron star in the middle and thus look like a cat's eye. Sort of. They don't actually have a neutron star inside of them, but they kind of look like they do. Nero Keys, thanks for checking out 2 gift subs. Appreciate you. Speaking of dwarves that are still alive, your dwarf is still alive as well. Although you fought a forgotten beast that gave you a fever briefly and you vomited everywhere, but you survived and were okay and are not dead. So, you know, I would say that's good. Sauron. Sure. That or Kitty. One of the two. Could probably place the tables And in here now, likely. There we go. It's for the Baron. Stony is trying to get this dwarf memorialized. There we go. Hallelujah. I think that your opinion is... I think that my response is going to be very condescending because you referred to one of my favorite hobbies as a fad. I'm going to respond to you with a question. What the fuck makes you think it's a fad? And also, it's not recent. Training lashers to deal with them at the moment? Hell yeah. But I don't care. They should, if a band wants to put music out on a format, they should put music out on a format. It's whatever. It doesn't really affect my life. But yeah, it's not new. Upsets you slightly? You mean these walls right here? I only just dug them out. Like these trenches for more tombs. So when we start to run out of gems, yeah, that's absolutely on the list of places that we could go mine out. In fact, I could do it right now. Also, pro tip, you telling me that there being gems somewhere is generally a pretty good way of me just never mining them out because I'll know it bothers you, and then I'll be like, well, I can bother Zwari if I don't mine. So just keep that in mind, I guess. I'm the kind of person who will intentionally not do a thing if I know it bothers somebody in chat. You don't care all that much? You said it made you upset slightly. So sure, it might not bother you all that much, but it does make you upset slightly. Meanwhile, my mayor is still going to prison, and they keep on electing him. This is just like real life. Just like real life. Also, thanks, DPS. How you doing, Deep Space? Speaking of doors with walls with gems in them. You know, is it bad that, like, chat's just like, there's gem in that wall. It make me mad. And I'm like, there's gem in that wall. It gives it a natural beauty look. A look of natural beauty. Like, I think it makes it look more believable as a... Found Rob Ford. Yeah, but, like, he's not in power anymore. At least I don't think, unless I missed something. You dug a pond and connected it to a river, placing bars under the wall to prevent enemies from getting in, but now it seems the pond doesn't have fish. You're asking the guy who literally has a meme in his chat about fishing being illegal because I famously don't do it. I don't know. I don't think so. You probably just have no fish. Fish come and go based on the season. And also, they'd have to swim there, so they'd need a reason to swim there. I'd be willing to bet what Zwari is saying is accurate. I would say you'd probably have more luck with connecting it to a underground, as in like a cavern spot. Then I would say you're probably more likely to have more luck. Yay! Finally! It's about goddamn time, chat. Horrible news, the mayor is dead. Excellent news, the mayor is dead! Finally! Hallelujah! I'm sorry, Deep Sea Fishing, if you're watching the stream. Dude's been tantruming and occasionally murdering dwarves for the last, like, 5 years. Spending most of his time in prison. It's about goddamn time. How did he die? I'm pretty sure the captain of the guard just beat him to death because he just committed like 3 or 4 crimes, and I just you know, convicted him of all of them. In fact, they're still being reported. So I'm assuming captain of the guard just beat him to death, but let's go check. Yep. Got him. Cappy got him. I do not understand how someone can become so obsessed by what somebody else has. All right, do I have a new mayor yet? The new mayor is Napalm Sideburns II. Hell yeah, Creed. Long live the mayor. Now I need to remember where I put the mayor's office. It was up here. Yes. I have an important question, chat. So, because my mayor had this annoying habit of constantly getting arrested, I eventually straight up put a prison cell in the mayor's office. So there's just like dwarves in the mayor's office pretty frequently. Do I leave that chain there? Is that just like an artifact of the old guy, or leave it? Okay. Oh, I never assigned Stozu to his dining hall. There you go. Just need to give you one more chest. Goblin Baron gets Goblin Cap chest. It just seems fitting to me. Currently, Napalm is reading book. Feels empathy after being yelled at. Proud to be elected. Well, look at that. I won the election. I'm so proud. It was a very fast election. And thank you, Samire. Leave it there as a grim reminder for the next mayor. Yeah. Save the game streamer? Yeah, I mean, that's a good time to save, actually. Which is the new mayor like? We'll read through his description after game done saving. Also, thank you, by the way, everybody, for tuning in. And thanks for all the congrats for the 50K subs. I don't think we'll hit 100K this year, but that is still the long-term goal. I've had a lot of people like responding to stuff recently saying, oh, premium, adventure mode coming to premium will get you to 100K. I don't think so, but I wouldn't be too surprised if like adventure mode coming to premium got me another couple thousand. I think that it's going to be a slow grind to 100K, but I think it is doable. I mean, Krug Smash did it on Dwarf Fortress content, but I make very different types of stuff than he does. So it's deactivated? Shouldn't be. It's paused. I never unpaused it. It's not deactivated, it's just paused. Anyway, there you go. Just looking for the top of this thing. Apparently a lot of people have sent me DMs on Discord in the last 90 minutes, which is interesting because that doesn't normally happen. All right. How far up does me need to scroll this? Coffee calmed the creature directly as Armok intended, bringing peace to connoisseurs of beans. Identification unlikely to compute with artificial sweeteners and Instead, bitter cascaded notifications are like cascaded messages of information in cheese of gibberish, rubbish, garbage, tastes like tacos stuffed that dad caught up. All right, where'd this mayor go? There you are. Napalm Sideburns II, the mayor. Napalm Sideburns II, the mayor, has several friends who don't live here, which is slightly suspect, is frustratingly sloppy and careless with every task he sets to carry out, never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. Okay. Is not a private person and freely shares details of his life. He sometimes acts with a little determination and confidence, is not particularly interested in what others think of him. You know what? Just gonna interrogate him, because I'm curious. He often feels lustful and likes to take it easy, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and can sometimes act without deliberation. Occasionally overindulges and often greets others with a hug. He talks to himself when he's trying to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. Personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Oh! Finds the idea of competition obscene. Yet you won an election? Likes diorite, bismuth, bronze, clara, opal, warhammers, amulets, and donkeys for their stubbornness, and sturgeons for their bony, I don't know how to pronounce that word, scoots, and the sound of the velvety satins, and the sight of the twinkling cave when possible prefers to consume dwarven wine and absolutely hates toads. Scoots, okay. Member of the Craftsdwarfs Guild, mayor of the Will of Smiths, and holy burial of the Doctrine of Ashes. Well, he hasn't committed any crime. At least I don't think. Oh, in the year 518, an unidentified creature known as the human poet Samatsu East Torments of the Doom of Aches corrupted subject in order to have us agent in Slaprock. An unidentified creature met with the subject and made a threat, and the subject was too afraid to not comply, despite valuing the law. So he was once bullied into committing a crime. I swear that ghost is still there. I'm starting to think that vampire might have actually... Boy, oh boy. I'm starting to think that vampire might have actually died. Another Udil. Okay. Scanning for ghosts. Yeah, I had create cave dragons in the previous fort, which I've thought about trying to steal more of, but I need Zwari to be better at his job for that to happen. And Zwari, at least currently, not very good at his job. Her job? Her job. I mean, under combat, not a great ambusher. So we need to start invading things with Zwari if I want to do that. Let's just find a spot that I can attack. I was going to say those places with 10,000, not really a place I can attack. We'll just send you. We'll just send them to go attack the place. Although they need to grab weapons on the way out. You're good at fighting, you're not good at leading. And you're leading, unfortunately. Speaking of unfortunately, how many more beds do I unfortunately still need? A lot, turns out. Okay. A rather not small number. A rather not small number. Right here. Actually, no, not that. Down here. The tombs of wiping? Huh. Are gonna get these dwarves staying in it. And you guys are gonna go on to constant training. There's only 2 of you, so that should be pretty easy. But yeah, being good at fighting does not equal being, you know, good at other things. Is the dwarf redemption off? That's all I have to say. It's not off, mate. It's on cooldown. I think I tell you this like twice a week. They'll tune in. Blind, is the dwarf redemption off? No, it's on cooldown. We've named 2 dwarves today. It was off earlier, but I noticed that it was off, and then I unoffed it. It's now not on cooldown. There you go. See? One of these days, Twitch will fix this feature and make it clearer when it's on cooldown. Or, you know, actually paused, and then I won't have to answer this question multiple times a day. It's not your fault. It's more Twitch's UX's fault. Speaking of dwarves, don't you already have a dwarf? Or did you have a dwarf? I mean, it's no worries for you. It's annoying for me. I don't care if you have to ask. It's totally fine if you ask. It's annoying for me. Your dwarf died in the previous one. Right. Well, anyway, what kind of dwarf would you like approximately? And if you'd like me to open up the list, let me know. There is no, like, hard feelings, like, when people ask. It's more just, it's annoying that people have to ask. That's more what it is. Like, just kind of plopping. Uh-oh. Artifact with steam. Steam? That's not a word. Scene being stolen. Okay, so Ton the Metalsmith. I have no idea who the vampire is, so I couldn't give you the vampire if I wanted to. And they haven't eaten anybody in a long time. So... Right, yeah. I mean, mobile's silly. What does that do? It make people post beer. Long single bearded one. The heck's long single bearded mean? I guess not double braids. Dwarf Dragoon is often feels filled with joy, is quite a bold flatterer after becoming a parent. Often feels filled with joy after becoming a parent, is quite a bold flatterer and extremely friendly and just a little insufferable. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations, becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, lives a fast-paced life and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He has a calm demeanor, and he has a little interest in joking around, and he tends to think before acting. He rarely speaks when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. His hair is straight, and his very long beard is braided. What else about you? You're wearing a Gabbro crown. You're married to Elfie Bean, and your kid is Stukos. Welcome to the fort. So we saw a dwarf stealing an object, and it was Ton the Metalsmith. Maybe the vamp was a guest? Possible. I don't know. I think they died, but... Hmm. I think this guy's trying to do it. It's either that or this person. The legendary weaponsmith, Grim Stalker! Get out of here, Dwarfus. So just watch you and see who you interact with. It's gotta be this goblin, right? Hold on a second. Did you have report crime briefly? Yeah, no, this dwarf is the thief. This is the dwarf that stole it. That's why I exclaimed loudly that an item was seen being stolen. At least I thought I said it loudly. Clearly I didn't say it loudly enough. But now we have this goblin who's standing right next to this dwarf. And I'm assuming that this goblin is trying to do it, but I don't want to send out convictions until the actual item pass happens. Because I don't really want a... I don't want to be arresting the wrong person or interrogating the wrong person. It's got to be you, right? Goblin Beast Hunter, this one. It's got to be you. Legendary Paper Maker. Legendary Liar. Oh my god. That's something. He did have report crime briefly, which I think is really funny if that's true. Well, I'm just going to keep an eye on Ton here. I mean, the goblin's now down here. So, like, they've moved elsewhere in the fort. Okay, well, the reason they're moving elsewhere is because Gerblin here is going to go get interrogated, and our suspect is following the goblin. So I lead that to mean that they're still trying to do the item pass. The reason they haven't done the item pass is because there's too many people around, and then there will be witnesses, and they don't want witnesses, basically. Would this face lie to you? I can't see what this face looks like, so... Man, I cannot wait until we have the portraits. Hey, I get all of them in one room at the same time. Look at this. Ain't this great? Very convenient. Perfect. And you're still trying to do it. Well. Okay, so they've been trying to steal price rakes since 515, basically. And they corrupted Ton in 520, so this year. And they're plotting to steal the item under their influence. Their first they actually plotted to steal it under the influence of somebody unknown back in the year 510. In fact. But they've also infiltrated my previous fort in 506. That's funny. Oh, wait. Am I on the wrong scene? What? Oh, did I hit this button? Wow. That's funny. Anyway, here, I'll show you again. The buttons are right next to each other. So, anyway, basically, starting in the year 506, this dude started infiltrating my forts. And in 510, they tried to steal price rakes from my fort. They tried a second time. They plotted to infiltrate us in 512. And they tried again. And first they tried to steal an artifact from a previous fort. And now they're trying to steal the same artifact that I've stolen from that fort, basically. And are still trying to steal my stuff. So I now have them both in here. They weren't a very good liar. They were a legendary liar, but that doesn't mean that they don't succumb to intimidation. Actually, how did they do the interrogation? Oh, he appealed to the subject's belief in harmony because the subject valued harmony. Clearly, he interrogated him at like in a chromatic minor scale. So let's just arrest Garblin. In fact, we'll arrest him of everything that I can, because he's tried to steal multiples of my artifacts a couple times. And then after that, we will interrogate Tun again. He's still trying to give him this. This is just too funny. Just this dwarf just following this goblin around. Does this goblin have like no ability to grasp or something? No, like why haven't you just like given him the item yet? He's chained up and he's still trying to give him the item. You know, honestly, really, really, really dedicated servant, I gotta say. Let's interrogate Tun on behalf of all of these crimes. You're still hauling it. Okay, come on. Just... Anyway, artifact's been dropped now. Drags him in here. Let's see. What crimes have you committed here, buddy? Also waiting for somebody to show up and grab that. All right, so no new information was revealed. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, fortunately, I can, however, arrest you, so that part's easy. Man, that's funny. And Kool-Aid here is going to put the item back on display. Good size... You mean like a tree limb, right? And not like a human limb? I don't know why I feel the need to like get this clarification, but you mean like a branch, right? You will not disclose. Okay, I'm going to assume that you were referring to a branch. That's scary. Fortunately, you didn't take the window out. It's Kansas, this happens all the time. I mean, I've never been to Kansas, so I wouldn't know. Are you in a tornado? Have you seen Oz recently? That's most of my knowledge surrounding Kansas. We're not in Kansas anymore. Huge front is coming in. Better a huge front than a huge behind, as I always say. Not really, no. I mean, unless you count like a dragon showing up and setting the map on fire. There are no tornadoes and there's no earthquakes because tectonic plate simulation is currently out of scope of the game. You'd rather a huge... Sorry, I was just making a joke, you know? Thanks for watching, Fraga. The weird thing is the temp is going into 81 Fahrenheit, 22C towards 34. Yeah, 2 days, like two to 3 days ago, it was like 15 degrees Celsius outside and like sunny and like felt like springtime, and I was outside in a t-shirt. It was snowing yesterday for a minute. It also snowed the night before for a minute while I was outside, which was particularly weird because I was walking with my umbrella and then suddenly I'm like, the hell? What was even weirder about that snow is that, like, let's talk about snow's making me cold. What was even weirder about that snow is it was cold. It was cold. Like, I mean, I can tell you, enemy, there are no tornadoes and there are no natural disasters of that ilk in Dwarf Fortress. Why is there suddenly blood on the ground over by where the... Oh, it's Buddy. That's fine. It's a dwarf that keeps tantruming, and that makes sense. So, yeah, to answer your questions, Gordy, no, there isn't any natural disasters in Dwarf Fortress. At least not in that sense. Unless you consider a Bronze Colossus a natural disaster. Wintersy, thank you very much for the 10 bucksies. Appreciate you. I hope you're doing okay. I would, but it's one of those, I wouldn't mind natural disasters, but it's one of those things where I wouldn't want it to disrupt as much as it could. Like, there's a very fine line with natural disasters in any kind of city builder where they're either fun or they're just random and exceptionally annoying. You know what I mean? And I find usually natural disasters are the first thing I disable in a game that I like playing. I mean, like, again, that sounds really cool. The first, and probably would be the first time it happened, enemy. But the 85th time it happened? I don't know. Like, it sounds really cool. Like, when I was playing SimCity 3000 the other day, I had, or not the other day, a couple months ago, I had disasters turned on. And a earthquake hit and took out like a third of my city. And somebody left a comment on the VOD saying that that would have been the time that they stopped playing. And it's like, yeah. I mean, if I wasn't streaming, I probably would have gone back to a save. And then disabled disasters. And that's kind of how I feel about a lot. But even one every 100 years, like if it's just something that you have no control over that shows up out of nowhere that you have absolutely no chance of possibly defending from that just demolishes a good chunk of your base. I don't know, man. What's up, Celesty? Hopefully work hasn't been too bad. Apologies that it's messing with your time of being able to watch stream. It's unfortunate. I should expand this library to over on this side as well. We're in an ad break. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I would... This is just my opinion, and you're 100% entitled to disagree. I wouldn't mind seeing natural disasters as part of the world gen myths. If that makes any sense. I think Rock just killed you, Shared? Wait, what? They added disasters in... Oh yeah, it was a terrible expansion pack. That was an awful expansion pack. Easily the worst part of City Skylines. I played a bunch of that expansion pack. That was an awful expansion pack. Terrible. Fires were dumb and bad. The tsunamis were unpredictable and bad. The earthquakes were bad. The meteors were fun to blow your city up with once, but that was about it. I mean, SimCity 3000 had aliens. SimCity 4 had Godzilla. I think 1 and 2 had Godzilla too. Yeah, I wouldn't want them in-game. Really. Yeah, I mean, like, if I, like, as an example, if I'm messing around in Advanced World Gen and I increase a couple settings that'll cause more flooding, Let's just say that, right? Which obviously I haven't, but let's just say that I did. And then the myth generation, which is part of Myths and Magic, then tells me a story about how a huge flood destroyed a chunk of the world, and that's why this trench is here. That would be cool. But I don't know if I would want to actually play through that flood, right? Because unless I have control over the flood itself, the number of players that drown their own forts without there being a flood is staggering, right? So I don't know. I'm having a hard time imagining that being fun or being anything other than extraordinarily frustrating. Yeah, dwarven engineering is enough of a dwarves are already a natural disaster. We don't need the world to try and kill us more than we already try to kill ourselves. Let's see if I can make any asheries real quick. I don't know if I have empty barrels. I probably don't. Nope. No, I do not. Can I not make green glass barrels? Guess not. I know I can make green glass pots. I guess we pop up here. Go to the carpenter's shop. Make one barrel. And immediately forbid it and then unforbid it and then build a workshop. Oh, really? Same situation kind of deal? Oops, I accidentally lava my fortress. I mean, I flooded a good chunk of these caverns with lava by mistake. You see, I don't see that being fun. Like, you keep saying, or even a new fissure opens up on the map. All right, let's just pretend that that is a thing in the game, which it's not, enemy. Now imagine you are playing and the fissure that opens up 2 cavern layers, one of which you haven't discovered yet, and then suddenly 500 amphibian people come climbing out and you have absolutely no way of defending because the fissure goes straight through your fort. That's not fun. That is just guaranteed your fort's dead, now fuck you, goodbye. That's not fun. Losing is fun when you're the one making the fort lose. You said on the map, so that implies in the gameplay map. But, if it's something that affects minute-to-minute gameplay, I don't really want it. But also, I'm not making this game, so who knows? You're just thinking out loud? Okay, fair enough. I mean, like, I thought you were talking about, like, in-game, and I'm just going, like, there's no way that would be like a good mechanic in game. Like even RimWorld removed tornadoes because they were too annoying, right? And this is a game that intentionally wants to beat the shit out of its player base because it hates them, right? Like games that don't like their player bases have removed those types of mechanics before because they're too annoying. So again, I don't think that would be particularly fun. I think that you guys might also be slightly overestimating the current capabilities of this game's engine. I'm pretty sure there's a little bit of that going on here too. Let's speed these up because these are currently running where they're not supposed to be. Let's also remove these, because you guys are not supposed to be doing this at all. Zero to 10, exactly. Right, unplayable. The Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod, once back in the day, had a feature that allowed you to cause earthquakes. It would allow basically 2 to 4 Z levels worth of these, like channels, appear immediately in a location. That mod also crashed your game so frequently it was barely playable. So, and also it was essentially using DF hack commands presented in a way that looked like in-game mechanics. It was using the dig now command essentially to make gameplay mechanics. It's because a new generation of DF players haven't played a third of, if not more, of the video game, right? There's a new generation of DF players that want a lot of things for a game, which is understandable to want, but they want a lot of things for a video game that isn't designed for those things, right? When the clap of your ass cheeks causes the world to quake. I'm so perplexed by that, that statement. Is this a reference to something? I mean, you could see if you could find a copy of that game that used to be called Dwarf Fortress that's no longer called Dwarf Fortress because turns out Dwarf Fortress owns the name Dwarf Fortress and you can't name a game Dwarf Fortress that isn't Dwarf Fortress. It was a hard sentence to say out loud. But it was on itch and it was quite literally just like Among Us, but Dwarf Fortress. But titled Dwarf Fortress. It was just like a mafia style game. That kind of would have a lobby in it, but certainly not a lobby shooter. This reads like Sir Mix-a-Lot lyrics or something suited. Oh, okay, now I know what you're referencing because you're talking about... Okay, no, I get it. I understand the reference now, mostly. Yay, I suppose. Dwarf Fortress already has a battle pass. According to Casto. If you didn't realize it. Although it uses an interesting little third-party service, okay? And this is a third-party service that I've used as well. This might be a bit of a shock to you. It's called Bay 12 Games' Patreon. So for a monthly fee, you could give them money, and they won't give you news updates on time. But you can give them money and feel good about it. And the progress that you earn on the Battle Pass is the amount of money that you've given them. So every single month, a little bit more money goes to them, and you get the self-fulfillment of getting to keep a cool video game studio funded without having to, you know, buy it on Steam. Still better than the Dota. You know, I'll be honest with you. I've literally never purchased a Battle Pass. Because I used to play multiplayer games, right? I played multiplayer games before Battle Passes were really a thing. And I was kind of done with that style of game by the time they, were popular. And because of this, I've literally never bought nor played a game with a Battle Pass. And whenever I'm like, man, this game looks interesting, and then I realize it's got a Battle Pass, I'm like, I could do anything else with my time. Too old for Battle Passes? I just don't play those types of games. I don't think it's got really anything to do with age. I think, tastes change. It's not really a matter of getting too old or anything overly dramatic like that. I'm pretty sure it's just quite literally you don't feel like playing the game anymore. As somebody who has had the unfortunate enough experience of playing with one of the various multiplayer mods in the past, you might think that you want that, Swery. you really, 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 really do not actually want that. Playing Dwarf Fortress in multiplayer is an absolutely awful experience. And I have done it before because people have made those mods in the past. And I have a thing that I should tell you. If this is a friend that you know in real life, you should just hang out with that friend. Don't try and play games that aren't designed to be played in that format with them. And you want to know why? They won't like the game, and they won't be your friend. A section of cavern has collapsed, excuse me. Oh! All right, then. Is, this actively dumping lava? Wow, it is. I didn't realize that. I should probably turn this off. Excuse me? Guess what, chat room? Somebody toppled the lever connected to that floodgate. Well, that's fun. Oh, boy. Boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. That's awkward. Yeah. I would agree with that. That is, in fact, awkward. That is funny. We have different definitions of the word funny, my friend. Mildly annoying is the term I would use, but... I mean, it's not the worst. It's a matter of where do I want to go to fix it. I'd say probably underground, actually. Probably right there. It's going to take a minute for this to dig out, but... like a dwarven retelling of the Titanic. The Titanic went way differently than I remember it then. Wouldn't we require boats to be able to retell the Titanic? How in the world am I going to reroute it? No, I'm going to block it and then reconnect the lever. And then unblock it, is what I'm going to do. Or I could, like, you know, just stop the pump. I could also just do that. That would actually be the easier way of doing this, is just turn off the pump and then just dig up there and rebuild the thing. I blame the ghosts. What, ask for boats? Are you saying that as a joke? I can't tell. Because there's a video on my YouTube channel called Why Boats Are a Pain in the Ass. I recommend it. It's a good video. Although, it's got one of the worst comment sections of any of my videos because it's just people, like, insulting Tarn's capability of, like, programming, which I find mildly insufferable. Beyond mildly insufferable, actually. Magma, iceberg, same thing. You know what? I'm not even going to dive into that statement. One day in 2080? I think we'll have boats before then. Mark your words? Do I have to Mark Hamill your words or just mark your words? And also, if I'm marking your words, who's Mark then? And what words, exactly? As long as I don't have to wall these burgers for Mark, we're good. Mark Zuckerberg has Mark Hamill the markable market words. Okay. The marketable market words. Is anybody else here like mildly amused slash kind of relieved slash also kind of happy about the fact that the Apple Vision Pro is not like taking off and selling gangbusters? Or am I the only one? I was slightly worried it would. What a silly piece of crap. I mean, that's one way to put it. You know, I'll say this. The reason I was kind of expecting it to take off to a degree is because I also think that the Apple Watch is a stupid piece of crap. Waste of money. Extra screen extension. And you know what? When I say that out loud, there's going to be somebody who pops up in chat who goes, I love my Apple Watch. And I'll be like, cool, you love your stupid piece of crap. That's okay. You are allowed to. However, doesn't change the fact that it's still dumb and redundant. I have no idea. Swearing. All I know is that the last time I heard about the Apple Vision Pro was because there was an account that was posting on Mastodon that was saying, hey, if you bought an Apple Vision Pro, today is your last day to get a refund if you bought it on day one. Literally was refund reminders. Holy shit, I have so many camels. Actually, let's just do this. Slaughter, 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 slaughter. And slaughter. And slaughter. Whereas those giant... Chat room, I've got a very important question. Where do I put my giant ostriches? Put them in a pen behind the Farmers Guild. I have giant ostriches, 3 of them. 3 lady giant ostriches. I don't have a breeding pair, unfortunately. In dwarven bellies? I mean, I could, but the camels are going in those already. But it's tempered and has stresses in the middle point causing it to crack. Oh, that sounds like a lovely product for $3,000 or like $5,000 actually. True. I mean, that's probably the smart way to build it. In regards to just building multiple floodgates. Let's make a circus. I think there's already a circus. Which is actually not that far away. I could just dig to it. Very easily, in fact. I'm not gonna lie, I've been mildly tempted to dig down to it, but just also kind of haven't done it. That's weird. Twitch is being slow on the revenue updates today. Normally, bits revenue updates like immediately on Twitch, and sub revenue takes, I don't know, 20 minutes. But none of the gift sub revenue has shown up on my dashboard yet. It's not too out of the ordinary, though. That happens sometimes. Sometimes it takes a day. It's just a little odd. What's this fort all about? It's a prison-themed fort, And probably the last one that I'm going to do in this faction. We have a Goblin Baron. The whole shtick of the fort was that we were going to build a big prison and keep all of the nobles associated with prisons happy, which so far I've done. I don't currently have a Dungeon Master, which I need to reassign, actually. But, yeah, that was originally the theme for it. Bonesaw's getting promoted from Manager to Dungeon Master, by the way. Or getting the additional job of Dungeon Master. And then I'll probably move somebody else to Manager. But the idea and theme for this fort was to build a prison. Oops, was that the right dwarf or the wrong dwarf? That was the wrong dwarf. That was a Bone Doctor. The original theme of this fort was to simply... What? Okay. Was to basically build a successful prison and try and keep this faction going, but the faction is getting overrun in very real time by goblins. So it's been difficult, but that is the kind of loose goal for this fort. A traitor has been found dead. Has that been made yet? No slab engraved. The number of ghosts I have in this fort named Udib is getting a little bit goofy. Like, seriously, it is actually just straight up silly. Buddy is throwing a tantrum. And can go to prison. But the Udibs are unionizing? Dwarves have been unionizing since guilds got implemented. Can't do nothing about what? Like the goblins mass invading my faction? Well, I would love to, but the last fortress I built got taken over by an army of about 3,000 goblins. My mountain home got taken over by a goblin army of about 9,000 goblins, and there's currently 5,000 there. They have multiple places with 10,000 goblins there that have multiple prisoners from my fort because I've tried attacking them. When I do attack them, it goes well. It's a matter of attrition, and I only have enough dwarves for a small handful of squads, and I try and increase the numbers of those squads, and it turns out that no, I really can't do much about it. Also, I need to just remove you from this squad because I don't know what this dwarf is doing, but they keep on, like, defecting from the military. And then refusing to put gear on, so I don't know what's going on with that, so I will add them to this squad. So no, there really isn't anything I can do about it. This world is looking slightly doomed? Ah, well, this faction is. There's very much not doomed worlds. I mean, or parts of the world. This faction is pretty doomed. Considering the goblins have even moved all the way out to here. But there's areas down here that are not doomed. There's areas down here that are not doomed. It's just this area. Make more children? I think you need to realize that Dwarf Fortress isn't a game that cares about your balance, and it also isn't a game that cares about winning. Right? Dwarf Fortress is a game that will kill you and will do it by accident and not even realize it's making a mistake. More importantly, where the heck did that minecart go? That actually might be the one that I accidentally deleted. Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, that makes things easier. But no, this faction's gonna die, and there's more or less nothing I can do about it. Just wait until you figure out that lungfish can fly. I don't know why, but they do. They've been flying for a very long time, and it's one of the great oddities of Dwarf Fortress, is that lungfish can fly. They're not supposed to be able to, but they do. Knowing they're doomed means ending this fort in fun is a lot more plausible. Are you asking if I'm the bad guy, Snail? I mean, from their perspective, I most certainly am, yeah. Because who's bad is just a matter of who wins, right? If the dwarves win, the goblins were probably the bad guys. Or the demon overlords running the goblins were the bad guys. Goblins win, obviously the dwarves were the bad guys. I mean, come on. That's just how the world works. Victors write the history? Mm-hmm. That or the people who know how to read write the history. What are query bushes for? Chad already answered that question. I almost never make rock nut oil, like, ever. It's one of those systems that I know how to interact with, but just kind of don't. At least this dwarf is enthusiastic about pondering wind patterns. But no, honestly, I'm probably going to keep this fort alive a little bit longer and then start a new fort. I might even, like, try and end it tonight. I'm not sure. I more or less achieved my goal, though. We've made a pretty sustainable cavern fort, all things considered. But this faction itself is, like, pretty doomed. To put it nicely, this faction is pretty doomed. Just make rock nuts cookable. I usually do the same, yeah. I do that with most seeds, though. Actually, I should check my seed supply. Oh, shit. What? Did I not make... Oh. I thought I made a trade depot here, but I forgot. Well, that's my bad. Which means they're still going for this one, probably. Sucks. Oh, well. So I'm going to get rid of a lot of random elven armor. I'm sure the dwarves back at the mountain home can make it into fuel or something. Or, like, give it to the children to make arts and crafts out of. We're just trading, so even though we're in an ad break, I'm just going to finish the trading. You keep finding rock crystals? Oh, that's lovely. I don't see a problem here. More rock crystal, more better. You know, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever actually made crystal glass in this version. What does crystal glass look any different than clear glass, or does it look the same? It's like, it's again, it's one of those things, I know how to do it. I just never bother. Although I have been, like, encrusting stuff with gems more recently. Still not my favorite mechanic, but... What's up, Frank? What's the biggest siege you've got in terms of number of goblins? I don't know, it's 1,500 to 1,000-ish? Something like that. You need to realize that this version of the game doesn't give you the numbers, and I used to never look. Probably around 1,500 goblins. It was probably that one fort where I set it so that the most things they could send at a time was 3,000. And I had lava defense, and it took them like 40 minutes to make it to my fort because the game was running at 2 frames a second. And I think I have a clip of it, but... Asking, what is the most thing you've ever had of a thing in a thing? in Dwarf Fortress is a really silly question because the answer is almost always whatever I did in the last fort, because the game used to run so fucking terribly that it didn't matter how many you wanted to have or what you set the settings to. You just wouldn't, because there was no reason to. And the reason you wouldn't is because, well, half the time the game would just run so terribly it wasn't pleasant to do that. Like, people keep asking me, it's like, what's the most dwarves you ever had in a fort? It's like literally the number of dwarves I had 2 forts ago. Because the game used to run so terribly that there was no point to increase those numbers any higher. You're just asking your game to run so slowly it's unplayable. And then didn't? Probably because were lizards. Allegedly because of were lizards, or... Let's actually just do it this way. Let's go spear. Yes. Let's go sword. Let's go bow. I don't want any of these bows. I just want crossbows. Most of these I can't do anything with anyway. Yeah, I mostly am just kind of seeking out or looking for a good finale for this fortress. Maybe start a new fort later in the week, tomorrow or the day after. Although tomorrow I'm a little bit torn on what to do, because tomorrow a video game called Keeper RL hits 1.0, and I kind of want to play that. But I don't know if I should do that the whole day or not, or if I should start with Dwarf Fort and then swap so I have a higher view count. I don't know. Also, another wagon has arrived. Well, that's cool. We get to trade with 2 people. Seems that my demands went well. Although it's a shame that they're both showing up on the same season and also showing up in an area where I won't be able to trade with them. But that's fine. You can smooth after you place furniture. Casper. If you press escape and go to settings and go to game, you can set a population cap. So set a population cap, set it to a number that feels reasonable, get to that number, and does the game run well? Turn it up. Does the game run well? Turn it up. Does the game run well? Turn it up. Repeat. Until you find settings that work for you. So part of the problem with this is all of this stuff is being brought down. Or at least a lot of this stuff is. Okay, I'm removing Tanker from the military. Sorry to Tanker who requested that dwarf initially, but that dwarf is like incapable of getting off the map. So I refuse to keep that dwarf in the military. I'll put them into a different squad, but the one that's currently trying to leave the map, no, you can go do anything else with your time, dwarf. I mean, we could start digging too deep. We could do that today, if that's something you guys really want to do. But it's just kind of a question of how do I do that without guaranteed killing my own fort? Which is currently what that would do. I think I'm just going to throw elves in cage trap into lava. Because what the heck else am I going to do? Wait until the furniture is placed and then click drag smooth. You can smooth under furniture, Casper. Under constructed furniture. But if it's not constructed, like if it's still unfinished construction, you can't smooth underneath it. With the exception of, I think, drawbridges. That works, but I'd be telling you it works if it doesn't work. Why would I lie to you and intentionally deceive you? That would just be mean. And yeah, I could be mean sometimes, but not that mean. You can't smooth behind or under statues, no. But bedroom furniture, you can. Actually, I think you can smooth under statues, you just can't smooth behind them. Because they're considered a wall. I'd have to test statues under them. I'm pretty sure you can smooth under them, but I know you can't engrave under them. But I know you can't smooth behind them. That is a very funny take. Sorry. I do not have enough facial hair to be anything like Sequisha. Never been confused with Sequisha in my life. Been years since I've talked to him. Last time I spoke with Sequisha was PAX 2019, so it's been a minute. Goblin is meeting with our diplomat Edzul. This came from his stream. Yep. Yeah, he's still doing the thing. You like his stream? A lot of people do. His stream has a pretty similar vibe to mine, though. Just kind of belligerently off topic and then occasionally scolding person in chat for being like, play game streamer. Back to being belligerently off topic for the next 10 hours. I just don't like streams that have other people's voices on in the background. So when it's a lot of co-op stuff, I'm like, nah, I'm good. My mayor meets with Outpost Liaison Arab from a completely different, from my faction instead of the other faction. And they say, you continue to impress. Like I'm empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. And they say, things are the same as ever. And I go, okay, well, in that case, what do I want to request? Let's just ask for anvils. So I don't really need anything. You right here. Let's also bring ammunition. Because turns out, there's a lot of arrows in the map. We have a lot of items. That doesn't remove furniture unless they haven't been constructed. Telenartho. And as far as ramps, press R. Elf diplomat Dumont. Oh, that's interesting. It's an elven diplomat named Dumont. That is a dwarven name. Huh. Member of the Veiled Halls, a dwarven civilization. A member of the Roomy cult. I like it when my cults are nice and roomy. How is Slaprock doing? Oh, fine. Cultural appropriation? No, this is a dwarf. Silly. I know they might be an elf physically, but they were born and raised in dwarven society. That's not cultural appropriation. That's a elf who was born and raised in dwarven society. I mean, if I look at their personality, or goals in life. Dreams of mastering skill and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and finds nature to be somewhat disturbing. Sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Like others in her culture, she holds craftsmanship to be of the highest ideals, celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks, and has a great deal of respect for the law and greatly prizes loyalty, sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, and values family greatly, and believes that honesty is a high ideal. Deeply respects those that work at their labors and greatly respects artists and their works. This is a dwarf. 100%. Dwarf. They have a dwarven name. Her husband has a dwarven name as well. Worships a dwarven deity. Like, putting it simply, if you're somebody of Chinese descent and you move to California and you're born in California, is you wearing a Disneyland shirt because you grew up close to Disneyland cultural appropriation? Same kind of thing. That's just a dwarf. Captain Carrot Irons Fountain? That's a name. I know nothing about Discworld. Just happens to be 6 feet tall. That's interesting. And this is the, I guess, the guard. So I need a champion, which I need to figure out. Oh, hey, they returned. Finally. How'd that raid go? Zwari the second, I get to say this out loud. Zwari, you're about to hear your full name. So this is Zwari's full name. The dwarf Zwari the second boot voices the virginal Silvers of Tin, led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Ebek. Okay. You outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan. Cool. The what now? You read it. You mean because he bangs things in the head? Is that why? Chestnut, let me be honest with you. I'm going to time you out for 600 seconds. Because you aren't adding anything to the conversation. You're just saying things that are going to upset people. And I think you're doing it intentionally. So I'm going to ask you to be less of a dick. All right. If you think you're hysterical, you're not, so tone it back a bit. And if you don't think you're hysterical, then stop being a dick. Thank you, Gonzo Gorilla. Appreciate you, mate. All right, well, that didn't go so bad. Let's try this again. The barbarity of language. That is a very fitting place for me to attack based on what I just did. And thank you, Bastet. I mean, like, I know a bunch of references and things, like, surface level about Discworld. I don't actually know anything about Discworld. We ain't mentioned that this enough in the stream, but that is truly an inspiring number when you think about it. What, 50,000? You know, it's something that used to get me by in the early years of doing this, Stone, was the feeling of, man, I only have 30 people watching, or whatever, back in the day. Or, oh, I only have 50 people watching. And then I'd think, it's like, okay, how many people is 50 people in a room? And that would like change that a lot in my head. But those numbers have gotten so big over the years that I can't even really comprehend it. So I just kind of don't even worry about it anymore. Like it's like, well, yeah, that's a huge number. Yeah, it is a huge number. Anyway, like it stops to have meaning after a while. Which isn't to say that it's meaningless, but it stops to be easy. It stops being easy to comprehend at a point, and usually when that happens is about the point that I kind of go, all right, let's not worry about this too much more. That's a lot of novels deep. I'm reading a book about keyboards, and based on my math of how quickly I've been reading it, it's going to take me a year to finish it. So I will be reading books about keyboards. 2 books about keyboards. Technically 3, but volume 1 and volume 2 of book about keyboards. Computer keyboards. It starts with typewriters and eventually works its way all the way up to modern day. It's basically the history of QWERTY UI op, for whatever that's worth. Yeah, I saw it. Did I click on it? Nope. I woke up today, looked at the Discord for about 90 seconds, skimmed the rooms I hadn't checked that morning, and then turned my stream on. So, yes, I saw it. No, I haven't watched it. Well, I mean, the book was printed before Apple Vision was announced, so no, not really. But it does talk about phone keyboards from my skimming of it at the end. I wonder if he's gonna print any more of the books. It was a Kickstarted book, so it's one of those like books where it may or may not ever get another printing, but that's the link to the website if you're curious about it. It was a book that I backed on Kickstarter a while ago now. All right, so this is just some random merchant that we're trading with, not somebody I've traded with yet. I don't actually have that much to sell them, but I will buy their scrolls and their books. Mastering the composition beyond the fort. I think I'm just gonna chuck a few dwarves into the military and just see how they fare. Let's go this bottom one. Oh, wow. I figured out which one was my faction. They literally just brought the platinum nuggets I told them to bring last time. Not enough profit yet, though. I will say that part of the reason I've not been this is just me bouncing off what you're saying, UGDPY. Part of the reason I haven't been super encouraged to get a library card since I moved here is because I find that if I just have a pile of books everywhere, I never read anything. But if I just have one book to read, I read it. But I need a long period of time to actually read it. So what I've just been doing more and more lately is instead of like having a lot of books that I'm actively reading, I just simply purchase a book that I'm interested in, read it, purchase another book that I'm interested in, read it, purchase another book that I'm interested in, read it, trade a book into the used bookstore, rinse, repeat. Also, can I just state, every single thrift store in the world needs to get rid of their fiction section because it's inaccurate. I haven't been in a thrift store in the last like 3 or 4 years that has a fiction section. What they actually have is the Tom Clancy novels section. So they should just rename it to Tom Clancy. All of it? Around 8? Jesus, that's a lot. That would take me like 2 decades to read. I read the first 2 Wheel of Time books in high school, and I remember enjoying them, but I don't remember any of it, so there's that. Killing cave dwellers causes cave dweller agitation, yes. Cave dwellers are in desperate need of a massive rebalance.
Making some of the most comfortable, informative, and enjoyable content in DF. Been lurking for quite a while, mainly tabbing into YouTube. Grats on 50K. Momentous achievement. Hope the future brings good growth and happiness. Smiley face. You deserve it.
Big number. Number go up. Nice when number go up and not number go down. That's it, really. It's hard to, Jack, can I get a round of beers for a cowbell? It's hard to, like, quantify the numbers aside from just, like, getting mad at YouTube that the numbers aren't higher. Like, from your perspective, it's like, wow, that's an amazing achievement. And from my perspective, it's like, oh, fuck, finally. God damn it, YouTube. Why don't you just promote my shit more? But, you know, such is life. I'm sure that adventure mode will help, but it's sure as heck not going to get us to 100,000. That number will happen eventually, but I think that'll take a while. I've thought about trying to reread Dune, but like I said, I have to finish the book that I'm currently reading before I start another one. No, actually, if you want a thrift store to have, the problem with, or rather, the reason thrift stores don't have a variety section in their fiction is because whenever anything interesting shows up, people buy it, right? It's sort of like the reason where I can just constantly complain that thrift stores don't have good enough audio gear. Well, it's because whenever something good shows up in the thrift store, it immediately sells, right? Sort of like how it's hard to buy good quality shit on eBay without somebody else outbidding you. It's because somebody else is going to buy it, right? So the reason, in my experience, or at least my reason in my head as to why thrift store selection sucks, is because the good stuff gets sold immediately. All I really remember about Dune past the first one, because I remember reading the first one a million years ago and not understanding any of it, like in high school. All I remember past the first one is my dad literally throwing one of those books out the window because he was so mad by how it ended. It's the only time I've seen my dad do something like that. It's burned into my memory. I think the thing is nobody wants to read Tom Clancy books in 2024. Like, chat, I have a question. Is there anybody here who has intentionally gone out of their way to read a Tom Clancy book in the last 5 years? There's 200 people watching on Twitch and 48 people watching on YouTube. Have any of you, of your own volition, gone out of your way to read a Tom Clancy book in the last 5 years? That is why thrift stores are full of Tom Clancy books. Because nobody's fucking reading them. Nobody's buying them. But there's a billion of them. You don't know what Tom Clancy even is? Most people probably know Tom Clancy as like the name that appears on Ubisoft games every now and again, because Ubisoft literally bought the rights to his name, which is kind of fucked up if you think about it. He's a military fiction author who writes... He's the Call of Duty of authors. How's that? Writes popcorny military hoorah novels. Discount James Bond? I mean, James Bond is discount James Bond, but the thing is, he's not really spies, though. I mean, I guess like he had some series that were like spy focused, but it's not quite the same thing. But yeah, like Rainbow Six Siege is theoretically based on one of his novels. Theoretically. Although I learned that Rainbow Six Small, SMOL, exists like yesterday, and I kind of hate it. Uh-oh. A hill titan named Oslak has Los Rorngal has come. A gigantic hairy theropod. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it moves about carelessly. Its dark pink hair is very curly. Beware its fire. That's kind of scary. I think that depends on the audience that you're talking to, because lots of people like Rainbow Six. All right. Brr. It's the fact that it's got fire. And also the fact that my entire fort's outside right now. I can't close the door because we're all trading. All right, so what I have to do... actually, no, this is the button I need to hit. I need to go down here. I need to deconstruct this and remove construction, which cancels all the trading items. I need to jump up to here, and I need to turn this on. Where is the beastie? All the traders are still in my fort, Creed. They've all given me the notice of leaving. Two of them have given me the notice of leaving soon, but none of them have actually left yet. Now one of them's leaving. Oslok ape lobster, the creature of passes. There's Craft Lol, and that was id. That's now on fire. This elf zombie is trying to fight with the thing. Did it actually shoot an ice cube that hit? Oh yeah, no, he did. Oh no, wait, never mind. That was a vulture. Did anything even hit you? Made a flicking motion, made it sick with a flicking motion. All right, well. Is it you doing the flicking motions? Okay, so this one's doing flicking motions, which apparently is making it feel sick. Craftlaw, you could have gone inside. You had the opportunity. We're in an ad break. I'm gonna go use the toilet real quick. I have a question, chat. You guys want to start a new fort today? I'm trying to decide if I should let this thing kill us or not. I will be right back.
Bring out your dead!
Sidebird's like, no, I just won my election. God damn it. You are correct. You did, in fact, just win your election. Well, let's see how this thing goes. I mean, it might run into the stairwell and just immediately explode, so. I feel like chat feels done with this one. I'm done with the faction. I'm not necessarily done with the fort. But I'm done with the faction because everything that was cool about this faction is dead. But we'll see if this thing makes it through the surface. Fire will, once it cools off a little bit, we'll get the frame rate back in a moment. I mean, it might not even make it into the fort. Oopsies. I want to pull this lever. Faction being the people. Well, I liked this faction because it had a queen who happened to be... You're sleeping. That's not a good place to be sleeping there, Dwarf. I liked this faction because it had a queen that was a Gorlak, right? And there was like the possibility of fighting back against these goblins. It's not possible. And the queen's dead. So, I mean, obviously there's named dwarves in this fort that I like. I quite like my captain of the guard who's perpetually angry but is never tantrumed. I like bits and pieces of this fort. But if I'm being completely transparent here, it is in a tricky spot, this fort. Civ and government. Don't like digging deep to end the fort. It's too quick. I mean, digging deep ends very differently than the way I end it. Anyway, so all of those dwarves that we just traded with are now fighting with the creature and killing it from what appears to be... well, I mean, they're just hacking it to pieces. Because it's not breathing fire on them for some reason. It's not very interested in living. Well, that was over quick. Shoutouts to those two completely unrelated to my fortress dwarves that just killed it. Anyway, I lost a wood burner and craft lol. Need to be up in less than 5 hours? Definitely go to bed. Get some sleep, dude. I didn't know that craft lol is dead yet. Losing can in fact be fun. I won't disagree with that statement. You've been saved so many times by merchants? Yeah, I don't know. Normally the merchants or normally that thing, or I'm just surprised it didn't breathe fire on them because all it needed to do was catch them both in a ball of fire and would have been a non-contest, but it didn't seem super enthusiastic. Well, still suddenly kind of weirdly interested in starting a new fort today, but they had them at one point, but they had to throw them all out. Kekaro on the YouTube chat. Oh, no, absolutely. I guess I'm just starting to feel like this faction is a little bit futile, I suppose, is an easy way to put it. Okay, let's go over to here. Then I can just reconnect that to the lever, or to a different, unrelated lever. As mayor of this fort, I declare abandonment. Let's finish building this library. That'll be a nice construction. Then I can go grab a sandwich and we can embark anew in this world today. Let's do that. And if we get invaded, so be it. But at least from my perspective, it kind of felt like chat lost interest in this fort around the time the queen died. Also, I respect the hustle, Napalm Sideburns, for following in the great histories of, I have become ruler of this place or owner of this business, and the first thing I'm going to do is say this thing no longer exists. There's something about that I kind of respect. Aw, man. I think that the basic forest is one of the funniest names for a location. So many cavies, man. So many cavies. I thought that dwarf was like green for a second. I was like, what is wrong with you? Incredibly muscular. Incredibly. Really now. Strong and tough. Also, thanks for all the follows on Twitch today, chat. Appreciate you guys. Chickens and dumplings for supper? Mm-hmm. I can get behind this. I don't even know what they're doing mostly. Putting stuff away. So much random ass clothing. I'm just gonna forbid all this stuff actually. Everything up here. We're just wasting all this time just running up and down, putting stuff away when we could, you know, be doing much more useful things. Pretty much, Chestnut. But building a little town in the caverns has been fun. It's also been a lot of fun, like, learning a few tricks about caverns that I didn't know. I mean, in this fort, I learned that you could, like, completely wall off caverns like this. I had no idea you could do stuff like that. So even things like that were kind of interesting to learn to a degree. And a lot of the big excitement moments and crazy things that happened in this fort were, like, you know, to do with fighting with creatures in the caverns, which again is interesting and not something I usually go out of my way to do. At least haven't in a very long time. This pumpkin spice latte fort, basically, yeah. 2 bobcats and 2 jaguars breeding pairs, but they're not breeding? How long have they been in the same space together? There is a chance one of them is, like, not interested. Because animals, fortunately / unfortunately, follow the same kind of rules as dwarves, so if it's, like, not even remotely lustful, then you'll never have babies. Finally got Twitch. Hey! That or Twitch got you, one of the two. Yeah, they could also be gay. Couple of years? Huh. I'm assuming they're pastured together, right? Yeah, I'm not sure. If you happen to have DF Hack installed, you could check if they're gay by looking up their name or by typing in this command, gaydar, which is actually a command that Putnam made. So I could just be like, gaydar, Laya is not in fact gay. Laya likes male dwarf. Yeah, if it, I mean, it's very obvious if they're gelded because they have little X's near this. Also, Deep Space, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Joker of Spades 007. Also, hi, Deep Space. Can't remember if I said hi to you ever before. I've had breeding pairs of rocks a couple of times. I've never successfully managed to hatch baby rocks. Which is, if you don't know that I'm talking about a giant bird of prey, probably a very funny sounding sentence. But yeah, no, I've literally never managed to make my rocks breed, even though I've had many of them. Once again, that's a very funny sounding sentence. It's not as weird as it sounds, I swear. Came in and immediately like the stream. What'd you miss? I'm thinking about ending this fort today, after I get a few constructions finished. So we might be starting a new fort in like 30 to 40 minutes. Breeding pet rocks sounds like something that would have gone down in history with NFTs as like scams. I was gonna keep using this world until adventure mode comes out. I don't think I'm gonna use it a ton once adventure mode's out, because I have a sneaking suspicion that there will probably be reason to generate a new world when adventure mode comes out. That being said, you can probably just keep playing, because I don't know for certain. Because it depends on if they add any sneaky surprise features or not, which they might, and would be very in character for Bay 12. But sneaky surprise features would likely require a generation of a new world to actually get the full effect of. So, I don't know. It's not something I can really say for certain, because I don't know for certain. Locally raised, naturally grown, free-range pet rock. Acquired from creek behind my house. $5,000. A true bargain. I'm one of the few ethical pet rock breeders. It comes as is, no low bids, no... I am open to bidding wars, though. Creek variety. And I will not confirm what creek it is because it is not actually on my property, and thus these are definitely liberated pet rocks from a abusive previous owner. Yes, that. I suddenly want to start up an Etsy store selling pet rocks. Just go out to the local park, find a rock, glue googly eyes on it. Slam dunk, easy business model. This is how I get rich, chat. Great with children. Yeah, no, definitely doesn't bite. Aren't even capable of it. That'd be the big fancy googly eyes. Yeah, but the eyes are sold separately, so I wouldn't ship those. Selling healing crystals. I cannot describe the number of times I've almost bought, like, various different crystals. Not because it's like, oh no, it's gonna, like, heal my chakra or any bullshit like that. It's got nothing to do with that. They just look cool. Like, It's one of the few dumb purchases that I've been very tempted to actually make for a long time that I've resisted because it's like, why? And I'm pretty bad generally at resisting dumb purchases, so I think this is a step in the right direction for my future financial security. I've always been like painfully frugal, chat. Yeah, no, they're just cool rocks. I mean, I have some crystals that I just got as gifts over the years. I have these two bookends that are like a polished quartz crystal, which are super neat. And I'm a big fan. But they're literally just bookends. But they look super cool. And I like them. So stuff like that is, I don't know, I think that stuff's cool. Do I find geodes and open them? No and no. I don't really go hiking where you would find that. Also, I don't like to remove things from public parks. And I go camping primarily in BC parks, so. My countess needs a nicer room. Sprinkles. What kind of sprinkles? We talking plastic sprinkles? Silicone sprinkles? Cinnamon sprinkles? Yes, British Columbia. Well, it's not that I can't. I could absolutely take rocks out of the parks. I just don't like to. It's more of a, it's just not something I do. Pet rocks. I'll be honest with you, this is the most I've thought about pet rocks in my entire life, so if they eat glitter, well, I just learned something. Unrelated to pet rocks, but since we're talking about pets, you guys should go watch the YouTube channel Leafy Street. Particularly good pets channel. Mostly lizards and snakes. Sometimes a salamander, and weird bugs, but good channel. Can confirm. To the bottom. Madmen on. Obviously. Also, that's the actual answer. It depends on how deep the world is. Of course. See how deep, how much lava's right there? You'd have to kill a lot of things in hell first, which would be very difficult. Whew. That is a lot of lava. So there's water right there. Then, like above it, maybe? Well, that's not exactly what I was expecting, but... Well, at least it's all got somewhere to go. It may actually cause me some annoyance in a minute, though. I mean, water is more dangerous than lava. This is a known fact. Any longtime Dwarf Fortress player understands and realizes and acknowledges that water is more dangerous than lava. There we go. Begin sealing these off. This is now no longer usable. This magma kiln. Forgotten beast has come. A quadruped composed of snow. Oh no! A giant danger snowball arrives. And it's stuck in a tree. Oops, what, the water? Ah, it's fine. I can fix it. I don't think I can dig through these. Yeah, no. So I have to deconstruct this and reconstruct this, but it's not the biggest deal. It's just mildly annoying. You just had a snow forgotten beast in your fort too? Was it named Blazing Iceberg? By chance? Undefeated apex predator. Sure. It's gonna get slapped to death by a troglodyte. What the hell are my dwarves doing? Speaking of what the hell are my dwarves doing? Only after your dwarfs were done with it? Yeah, fair. You got an idea for how to deal with the spire? Oh, no, trust me, there's way... I'm not trying to deal with it. I don't know exactly when you turned in. I'm just messing about and having fun and tempting fate. I'm not doing anything of the sort. Ooh. Translucent metal mace. It's kind of neat. I'm not trying to successfully defeat it. There are plenty of strats. My personal favorite one is just simply build glass above each level, because then you can see what's beneath them. But if I'm being honest, if I was trying to successfully beat the spire, I wouldn't just be digging into it kind of at random. So then a magma kiln goes here again. It's an idea, and all ideas are good ideas in Dwarfort. As far as building a tower goes, Joker. Lava's fun for the whole family. Especially when the whole family is burning. I'm actually running out of quartzite boulders. That's kind of funny. Bards, poets wanting to live here. No migrants at all. Are you becoming a theater? Probably. Migrants are all based on the health of your faction, right? So it's hard for me to like point at one reason or another why you may be getting a lot of these, but not a lot of that. That sort of thing is often kind of difficult. Street Boo has been possessed. And is a competent weaponsmith. Ooh. Yeah, I find I either get like absolutely absurd numbers of poets or none. Or like absolutely flooded with insurpassable absurd numbers of mercenaries and monster hunters or none. Grab silver bars. Ooh, silver weapon. Wait, you put poets into squads? You make battle bards, basically? Because you wanted a poet in my fort? Oh, that is kind of funny. That is true, because you did. You grabbing bones? Yeah, I assume. Yep. Nope. Mudstone blocks. Not what I thought you were grabbing. So I think plan for tomorrow, chat, is we'll start off with Dwarf Fort. Play Dwarf Fort probably until around 1 to 3 p.m. Somewhere around now, I guess, tomorrow. And then we'll swap over to Keeper RL. Because apparently Keeper RL is leaving early access tomorrow, which is kind of crazy because that game's been in development for 10 years. So, or at least I'm told it's releasing tomorrow. Just gonna double check, actually. Which is a game that I've just been meaning to play more of for a very long time and just kind of never did. So leaving early access in exactly 3 weeks on February 8th. So I guess that would read as the 29th then, not the 28th then. I need to figure out exactly what day it is on. What kind of game is it? Dungeon Keeper, but a roguelike. But Dungeon Keeper, but Dwarf Fortress? It's Dungeon Keeper, but you can like go raid towns as an adventurer type thing. I find like it takes them way too long to join, so you just end up with a bunch of useless dudes hanging around Flat Cap Gnome for way too long. Grabbing vulture leather. Dumping the vulture leather. All right, well, you're continuing to move, so we'll just let you do your thing for a little bit. Gotta go to work. Enjoy work. Musician? Are you sure you want a dwarf in this fort? I don't have any musicians in this fort outside of my baron, and I guess you can have the countess. You would like to be the lady goblin in charge. I don't invite musicians into the fort, and I don't really appoint them, so. Steam page says February 29th. Someone who's, I kept getting emails saying, or not emails, comments from a person saying 28th. Maybe they're just in a time zone that it's the 28th. All right, well, it's on Thursday then, so we can just play Dwarf Fort all day tomorrow then. It's easy. Neo Kai, my Gorblin. My Countess Gorblin Neocli becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, is rarely moved by curiosity, and lives an orderly life, organized and neat, can be very happy and optimistic, feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and is troubled by this because she values self-control and is sometimes cruel. Takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, intent is slow to trust others, is quick to anger and does not go out of her way to help others, prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and likes to brawl, and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and enjoys the company of others and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values peace over war, finds introspection to be a waste of time, sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and doesn't care one way or another about leisure time, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Likes olivine, billion, smoky quartz, green glass, and maces and barrels, and crowns and anvils, and leeks for their taste. And when possible, prefers to consume brown bullhead and sorghum beer. And cottonseed oil, and absolutely hates slugs. And you're content after sleeping in a good bedroom. Originally a member of the Doom of Aches. Because they can't join your military unless they're listed as a mercenary, or if they can only join your military if they're listed as a mercenary, or if they are monster hunters that have joined your faction, and they don't join your faction for quite some time. It's a specific request that they make. Like, it took that goblin like 4 years or something to actually join my faction. Fractabellum, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you. Welcome, Raiders. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Please don't drown them. It's a goblin raid. Well, goblin runs this fort, so Way ahead of him. It's the third raid of the day. Yep, it is in fact another raid. But how was your stream, guys? What were you up to? Were you dwarfing today? I'm assuming you were dwarfing today. It's generally a pretty safe assumption. But Bude, hello. Welcome, Raiders. I'm finishing up a few more buildings in this fort, specifically this library. And then I'm probably going to retire this fort. I'm watching and listening on YouTube. Looks like YouTube has a 10 to 15 second delay. YouTube, I'm going to be very nice to YouTube. YouTube, as in the platform, streaming is a weird side hobby that they forget that they do half the time and abandon for months and 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 months on end. Its moderation controls are terrible. It's the options behind the scenes, aside from the fact that it allows for significantly higher bit rates than Twitch, is not great. Its compatibility with software is not great. It's the way that you schedule streams and get a different link every time is really bad and not great. My phone's vibrating. Gonna get lunch with a friend on Friday, but he had to cancel. He forgot it was a leap year and thought that Friday was the first, and well, actually no, not the first. Thought it was a different. Anyway, whatever. Forgot that this year's a leap year. All right. Got all those done. We're still making clear glass. My suspicious digging. Ooh. Rumble. What about right there? Right there, not so bad. What could possibly go wrong? Aside from, like, you know, lava going everywhere. Today was Dwarf Day. You're thinking of how to wind down the fort. Yeah, I mean, that's me right now, too. I want there to be a big calamity, but I don't want it to completely collapse the fort. Kind of where I'm at right now. YouTube definitely has its advantages, yeah. Like, it's certainly... It's like, it's a better platform for Chromecast. Just as, like, a blanket statement. That's just kind of a fact. Like, if you're using Chromecast, it is a better platform. And I know people tend to like watch on and chat on Twitch and then swap over to YouTube to then watch on their TV and stuff like that. So I don't know. They have their different uses, but YouTube and their delay stuff is pretty bad, to put it simply. You hate shorts? I only wear jeans as well. I understand the feeling. What is this heat? we'll see what happens when we dig down another layer right here. Maybe new fort, maybe new world. I think I'm just going to keep this world rolling until adventure mode comes out, and then probably generate a new world the morning adventure mode comes out. And just adventure around in that. Send everyone to raise a goblins to the end? Actually, that might not. I mean, the problem is I don't think a lot of my dwarves wouldn't make it off the map because they'd equip a bunch of heavy armor and then just leave the map and die. My preferred way to transport lava. I'd rather not transport lava. But generally pump stacks. It's the only real viable way. Minecarts are too slow. I would say if something bothers you enough that you can unironically say that you hate it, take breaks from the platform. That's my advice. As somebody who is terminally online, if there's something about a platform like YouTube or Twitch or any other platform that is annoying enough that you can unironically state that you hate it, take longer breaks. Because hate is a very strong word. So if you actually hate something that much, it's time to relax and do something else for a while, I think. But that's just my 2 cents. Buddy was finally found dead. Buddy kept tantruming and was kind of slowly going insane. Looks like they tantrumed their way to death. Street Boo's begun a mysterious construction. Well, at least somebody else gets a bedroom. Checked for heat. What devilry is this? It's down there. Okay. Go figure. I'll channel this out and see what's beneath it. Being mad is a decision? Anger's a controllable emotion, but I don't know if necessarily being mad is a decision. Street Boo the Holy Earth has created Ulberiban, a silver spear, and offers it to the Crimson Will of Smiths. This is a silver spear. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned mudstone cabochons and decorated with vulture leather, and encircled with bands of pigtail and cushioned mudstone cabochons and sport tree and tower cap. On the item is an image of Edzul, the rooster, and Landspack, the cave swallow man, in hill titan leather. Edzul is making a plaintive gesture. Landspack is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the rooster by Edzul, back banner by the cave swallow man in Landspack in Slaprock in the late summer of 516. That's a description. I hate that you can't get drunk by eating a hamster. Yep. Ah. Why do they always appear and then immediately leave? Those goddamn cowards. Oh no, they're gonna steal my children. Anyways. Oh God. The thing is burning. This is unpleasant. Oh, never mind. Hopefully the water will be able to put... Nope. I was gonna say, hopefully the water will be able to put it out. Yeah, no, definitely not. Fortunately, though, just do that. Oh, shit, snatchers. Well, that's unfortunate. Maybe they'll run off with the children. They'll probably have a better life elsewhere, to be honest. I wouldn't want any child to have to live in a fort like this. Oh, water. Naturally. Oh, it's semi-molten rock. Huh. Okay. Well, I couldn't dig down that even if I wanted to. I haven't seen Elfie all day today. I'm not sure what she's up to today. Probably off doing something. Ah! It's a bunch of lava in an awkward place all of a sudden. Also semi-molten rock. Well, that's inconvenient to say the least. Was the game be offline? All right, yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, haven't looked. So that explains that. Generally, if people aren't around one day, I just assume that they're not around that day. I'm just some oddball on the internet. It's not really my place to ask. Well, the Snatchers clearly didn't escape with anything because population is still... Oh, there we go. Okay. Not bad. There's definitely water right there, though. There's some raw adamantine right here. Spires are generally just a pain to dig in general, yeah. Actually, over there's where I need to put the clear glass. Let's just dig this way and see what we get. Say this just got suspended because there was a dwarf standing right there. There is no bugs involving pathing and lava. In fact, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. You mean, like, how do you make them path through lava? Or path around lava? You wait for the lava to dry up. People referring to literally everything in Dwarf Fortress as a bug makes, like, actually figuring out what's an issue to be quite difficult. Because if everything is a bug, then nothing is. And if nothing is a bug, then everything is. And a lot of people tend to just refer to literally every single thing that doesn't make immediate perfect sense as a bug. And it's like, well, I can't help you. If you think everything is a bug, how am I supposed to help you? Oh. Well, Can't build after lava dry. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea. I'd have to look at it. Like, I have no idea what what this issue is, what is causing it, what you've done, what the game could be causing. Like, I have absolutely no way to help because I don't know. Also, hi. How are you doing, Stars? What's up, Eternity? Bronze Colossus? There's no other types of Colossus, at least not in vanilla. There's only one, just bronze. I remember there was somebody in chat a while ago who, this was a long time ago, around launch, who was complaining the game was too easy. And I was like, well, there's plenty of creature mods. And they like, nah, I modded my own game. I made it harder. I was like, well, what did you do? They're like, I added a different type of Colossus for every single material and then cranked up the number of mega beasts so that they would spawn way more of them. And it was like, good luck with that. And then it was just like, so that was, it came back like 3 hours later. It was like, so that was a mistake. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, we got hit by a steel Colossus and it like, we couldn't even damage it. I'm like, well, I told you. So Ezum and Edom here are probably not going to live. This is dark. Wow. I almost don't want to watch that. What is happening? These two dwarves are bleeding to death because they're currently engulfed in lava. Where's that bronze Colossus? We're gonna fight him. I could probably fight him. He's the flyer of right. Well, fortunately not the flyer of wrong. Let's drop all of the dwarves inside. Let's lock this. Let's jump down to here. And line all the squads up. And the Marksdwarf squads back here. Bird? No? What? What makes you think it's a bird? I mean, they're all humanoid. It's a great magic statue of a made of bronze. It's bent on mayhem. Although supposedly the statue that they become after they get killed is what their form was. Huh. Dwarf is like trying to fight it. And Bronzy's just like missing it. We've got a clumsy giant Colossus fighting with a dude with a zombie with real good dodging skills. Does it have a sock? It has no items. Currently. It may equip one in the future. Of every natural weak metal? I don't know. Maybe alloys. That could be made into, like, I wouldn't mind like bronze or like a, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think we should just be able to make automatons, but that's a myths and magic thing. All right, Null Man, we'll see you when we see you, dude. There is a very real chance that this bronze Colossus might end up in one of my cage traps. Recognize. Because I do have a couple by the front door. Can you chain them up? Sure, if you catch one. You can't train them, though. So, he's just missing him constantly. And... okay, well, you did get hit, finally. Unless you've been doing this the whole time without being able to stand. Okay, so he has collided. He has damaged it a bit. Just not much. They are dancing? I mean, they are fighting. It's either that or it's a very... well choreographed, He's biting it. Not doing any damage to it, but he's trying. Thanks, Hunter Green, and YouTube chat. As your door guard for a while, you were sad when it died? Yeah, steel tends to kill them pretty quickly. I could just send my squads up here. Oh, hey, you got it finally. Well done. I'm so proud of you. Hey, you did it. One more for the count, I guess. Hasn't equipped it any items. The thing is, my steel bolts can probably kill it. And that cage trap's gonna get it first. All right. New goal. Release Bronze Colossus into hell. Can you make them docile? No. Why does everybody seem to think you can train things? It's like, no, there is no way to make them join you when it comes to Bronze Colossi. Bronze Colossi are always, like, hostile to you. But if you manage to catch one in a cage trap, you can put it in a specific place and make it kill things. Not that you're telling it to kill things, per se, but, like, it will kill whatever's near it. So... Right. Okay, we need to get over here. That's semi-molten rock. That might not be. Let's try right there. Cage traps are exceptionally OP, yes. This is a known fact about this video game. Same with drawbridges. Drawbridges are also exceptionally overpowered. Oh no. 2 miners that died in the spire have been missing for a week. Well, that's a shame. You'd think. I mean, demons made of fire can break out of stuff like that. For whatever that's worth. What a bloody bother. Let's see what we encounter on the way over here. And you... Make a green glass tube. You make a green glass corkscrew. Your mayor's a vampire. Ah! That seems not optimal. Any tips on how to deal with it? Crush him with a drawbridge. After arresting him for his crimes. I guess it depends on what you mean by deal with. Do you want to kill him? Do you want to get rid of him? Is that what you're asking? Or do you want to keep him? Also, I didn't realize this, but there's apparently a very heavily wounded goblin on my front door right here. Some thief who's been in my fort for God knows how long, and this dog is, well, finishing it off, I suppose. Rest in peace. Then don't use them, Kakaro. That's the pro tip with Dwarf Fortress. Literally everything is overpowered, right? So if you think something is overpowered, don't use it. Because some people enjoy being able to play a game like a sandbox and being able to contort their game to the will. And that's how I feel. I like being able to have the freedom to just fuck around with the game systems. And that's what that kind of freedom allows for. If you don't like it, that's okay. But don't interact with that system then. Then everybody wins. I get systems I like to interact with, and you don't have to be bothered by systems you don't like. I'll tell you this, it won't piss everybody off if you kill her. However, you can't take your military and be like, yo, kill your own dwarf. So you can't do that unless they're tantruming. That will piss off your dwarves. If you want to get rid of her, send her to go attack something. Or something along those lines, because... Like, yes, if you can't tell your military to just kill her. and she's a mayor, so you can't expel her by clicking this button. So my advice would be to set up an accident if you want to get rid of her. By that I mean dumping lava on her head or crushing her under a drawbridge, or putting her into a military squad and sending her after on a fight that she can't win, if you want to get rid of her. Or you have a vampire mayor, which is kind of cool. That just might occasionally mean that dwarves you like get unexisted. So if you order to kill a tantruming dwarf, oh, their family. No, so here's the thing. Do not ever order to kill a tantruming dwarf, because that can cause your entire fortress to erupt into the worst, murder cascade that you've ever seen. So don't ever do that. Just for clarity, do not ever do that. I'm just stating that that's the only time that you can target your own dwarves. This should also drain out these layers. Yeah, sorry if I didn't make that clear enough initially, but you shouldn't do that. If you value your fort in any way. I mean, if you revel in the chaos and just want to see stuff explode, then that's one way to cause a lot of fights to pop off. Oh yeah, no, sentencing a dwarf to jail won't cause that to happen at all. And if the captain of the guard accidentally beats them to death, that also won't cause any problems. Depending on the dwarf's personality, but yeah, jail sentences may improve moods. So we're just gonna wait for this all to dig out. We're also going to wait for this door right here to be done. Wait for all the dwarves to leave, lock the doors, and then lock this door rather, and then start this pumping. And this should clear out a good chunk of this lava and allow us to then dig down a little further. I still maintain, there's dozens of hammers in this fort. My hammer has never picked up a hammer. My captain of the guard never picks up a hammer. I don't actually know how to make them use a hammer right now. If you guys still get that, all I ever see is them punching them. Even when I do manage to make them equip a hammer, like if I put them in a squad or something, they still just run around and punch the people. So it's like, I am kind of at a loss, to be honest, with how that works currently. I don't know if Raven's in an ad right now, so. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely seen hammer strikes go out as beatings before, Sid, but, that was before the hammerer got added, so I don't know. Save the game stream. Yeah, I can do that. I'm half watching an eBay listing that's ending in a minute, so if I seem a little bit distracted, it's because I got an hour and a half. Just making sure nobody snipes this thing. Funny thing about your current fort, your weaponsmith got caught in an open fighting with a Cyclops, and he was able to slap him about and dodge long enough for your military to come and help and bit the Cyclops in the eye. Oh. That sounds very unpleasant. I would not like to get bit in an eye. One of my favorite deaths I ever got was I had a Titan who was a giant chicken with one eye, and it breathed fire and caused a elf to burst into flame. Naturally, they are pretty flammable, and their blood boiled. And the spraying boiling blood got into the chicken's single eye, which melted their eye and destroyed their brain. So, you know. That was one of the more memorable, crazy things I had happen. I mostly just want them to get the gems out of here. I don't care so much about the other stuff. Cave dragons as babysitters, what, like appointing them to dwarves you like or whatever? I also once had just a random bard throw a platinum book at a forgotten beast, and that killed it. That was also pretty good. It's like he literally threw the book at him. Yeah, whatever. We'll leave it forbidden. Get you out of here. And start pumping manually. Speaking of things pumping, that's coming down very slowly, probably. Well, that's adorable. The thing is, then they're going to grow up and then also still have war dragons as pets. But I guess that's not necessarily a problem. If at that point, I'd be like, if I was sticking to that theme, what I'd want to do is assign the war dragons to, or the baby war dragons to dwarves. And it's like, oh, you're growing up with your dragon, but there's no way they'd outage their dragon. You want to abandon your fort and start another world? Ooh. Like I said, maybe wait until, or like I've been saying to chat here, maybe wait until adventure mode is out before you dedicate to generating new worlds, unless you're just doing experimenting. I might actually need to dig this bigger. Because this stuff is going to take way too... Well, I'll wait for it to get to about here. Actually, that's what I'll do. Burning up a wheelbarrow in here. That's wild how much can be customized. Yeah, I honestly, it's just been the reason I haven't gotten to that series sooner is I know just for me, it's a lot of wiki diving and a lot of fact checking. I put like maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours of research into each of those videos. So they take way longer to make than most of my tutorials, because most of my tutorials, I already know everything that I'm going to do. I don't do a lot of advanced world gen stuff. I never have. So for me, it's a much slower process, I guess, is maybe the best way to put it. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It just means that it takes a lot of time to make one of those. Thanks, Tali. $50K is a very big number. It's a scary number. It's a lot of people. Also, nice video, by the way. I was like, I recognize that name. You're not the first person to say that, unless you've simply stated that more than once in my chat. How about 50,000 blocks? Something achievable. You know, honestly, like the caverns is the reason we don't have like cave-ins in Dwarf Fortress anymore and haven't had cave-ins for a really long time. Because like, imagine if just like the ceiling would start caving in if the caverns were too open. Like, imagine how unpleasant that would be to play. Like, good lord. Dear neighbor, could you please stop texting me? Sweet. Said, sounds good. Am I aware of it? Sure. Do I do it? No, not really. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's all it really is it's a milestone. I mean, I guess I'm kind of a bad person for this job in some ways because it's just a milestone, right? And that's all I kind of see it as. It's like, well, it's cool. It's certainly a cool number, but it's just another milestone. There's a project in Germany to visualize how long 1,200 years is. They put a stone every 10 years to build a pyramid. It'll take 12,000 years. That's patience that I don't have for anything. I really like the, I don't even think this was a TikTok trend. This was just like a viral video from a number. This might have actually been Vine. But anyway, I remember seeing this video ages ago. It was like, this grain of rice is $100,000. Or no, it was like, this grain of rice is $10,000. This is the average American's annual salary. It was like 5 grains of rice. And it was like, and now just to visualize, we're going to figure out how much Bezos makes every year. And it was like, just bags and bags and bags and bags of rice. That's what that like whole concept is reminding me of a little bit. Except with money instead of rice. Oh, it's probably on TikTok. But I'm pretty sure it predates TikTok. Like I remember talking about that video at my old job before I moved locations. So it has to have been Vine. Has to have been. $23,000 a minute? Man, someone should give the poor guy a raise. Also, I feel like that would change every minute because he makes money based on stock value, not actual income. Nobody's actually signing his paychecks. He's just taking out loans based on his stock. So that would change based on like the value of, or the artificial inflated value of his crappy company's stock. All right. Let's just wait for these dwarves to get to it. Get the last of these. Hit this door and start pumping again. Aside from the fact that a puppy dog ran in because it was following the war dogs. All right, puppers, get back out. There we go. We're pumping. What's up, Bravies? Question for you. Your most recent forward, your Duchess straight up vanished. Weird. I've never seen that happen. That's weird. Yeah, I've never seen that happen before. Any ideas, chat? Because I certainly don't really have any. That is bizarre. No two ways about it. That's bizarre. This should be good for space, I think. Cheers, Whale Man. Trying to think which one went up today. That would be the Mega Beast caves, right? And the evils emerging from this newly exposed pocket. A red fiend, and well, It's not going very far because immediately where it was, right in front of it where it was standing, turned into obsidian. What are you? Red Fiend. A very large humanoid composed of flame. It has... Whoa. That is scary on a lot of levels. Although bolts would kill that pretty effectively. Well, it shoots webs. It just happens to be made of fire, which means it would probably set the webs on fire. But yeah, fire and webs is gnarly. But like I said, bolts would kill it pretty quick. I'm a little scared to let it out, so I think we will just kind of leave it where it is. But that is pretty gnarly. So we slowly dig down here. I started watching was devoured by a flame corrosive beast. Corrosive being like a syndrome of sorts? What exactly is corrosive in this creature's ability repertoire, I suppose? Uncovered what must be a large, thin, booming metal right gauntlet. Cool. Large, thin, booming metal left gauntlet. Okay. Not that much lava. Think it was gas? Gotcha. Well, that's, I mean, that's a crazy series of abilities, I gotta say. I would not want to go anywhere near that creature. Yeah, I was wondering if that would happen. Hey. Here's hoping this diamond doesn't burst into flame. Probably will. It's basically like right here is like a viable spot that I could dig through. Yep, there it goes. All right, well, let's channel through this. Set this up as a pit pond. So I'm just dump buckets of water there until it freezes up or seizes up. But yeah, was it making dwarves melt or something? Like, I guess the question is, what was the effect of corrosion? Because corrosive isn't really like you could be referring to a syndrome as having a corrosive effect. But what did it do to the dwarves when it touched them? Like, did the dwarves like bleed out? Did they melt? Did they get sick and vomit? Regardless, that sounds brutal. I swear diamonds catching on fire is one of the most obnoxious things in this video game. It's like, I'm well aware that diamonds can catch fire in real life. They just need to be really, 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 really hot. Doesn't change the fact that it's annoying. Bleeding and vomiting everywhere. Oof. Oh, you used the word in a Portuguese-ish way. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Not saying you used the word incorrectly, for whatever that's worth. I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? More red demons. Gotta dump a bucket right there. Red fiends. People refer to me as a rap god and or Eminem relatively frequently. And it's always kind of perplexed me a little bit. It's like, I guess. Thank you, I suppose. I can talk pretty quickly if I know what I'm reading. Something evil is emerging. What is this? A camel demon. Well, that's exciting sounding. What is that? A camel demon is a very large three-eyed camel twisted into humanoid form. It undulates rhythmically and its black hair is long and wavy. Beware its poison sting. That doesn't sound anything like any camel I've ever heard of or seen before, but there's a camel there, so let's eat it. I guess that... Whoop. Well. Udib, the siege operator, is now immediately dead. It's moving forward. Ral, the metalsmith, lunges forward. And also immediately flies to pieces. So the camel demon is now named. Mincot is dying pretty quickly as the camel demon shakes the potash maker around by the upper body, tearing apart the muscle. It appears that Laya is being an absolute hero and has struck the camel demon in the lower arm with her copper pick. Tearing the muscle, an artery has been opened by the attack and nerves have been severed. Many nerves have been severed. The miner strikes the camel demon in the left hand with her copper pick, tearing apart the muscle. An artery has been opened by the attack, and more stuff has been severed. Laya is now bleeding heavily. More miners come running in to assist. Laya has fallen. Rest in peace, Laya. So far, the deaths are Knickers, Ral, Unib, Laya, and we are waiting on my dwarves to get down here. I thought wait. Oh, never mind. Sorry, we're not waiting on our dwarves to get down here. The creature is dead. Who killed it? The miner bites the camel demon in the upper body, and the injured part is torn apart. An artery has been opened by the attack. Did you do it? Nope. Did you do it? Was it Laya? Or was it you, Bessemer? Nope. True Freak, did you do it? No, it wasn't True Freak. Huh. Question is who did it? Let's run through the history real quick. Ubal. No, wasn't you. Did Knickers get it? Nope, you just punched it. It's not going to go super well. War Dog, did Laya get it? I mean, it could have been Laya. I mean... Yeah, no, it was Laya. Laya bit it to death. I think that deserves a massive round of applause. Well done, Dwarf. Goddamn hero.
Bring out your dead!
At least we can get you a great coffin. Trump dead goes the demons. Exactly. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it's a horrible day, but at the very least, you went down fighting. Certainly worse ways to go. Dwarves are bringing items to tomb. Rest in peace, Laya. There's also still this thing right here, which is just kind of fun. How are you so much younger than the world? 283 years old? We're on the year 520? You'd think that these demons, like, encased in rock at the bottom of fortresses would, like, be older than the world or something. No, not really. I mean, back in the day when I've played other games in the past that have either been in early access or some form of perpetual development, used to always get mostly excited by new music and sound effects. So, no, I don't think that that's bad. It's the most immediate change to the things that you currently know. Also, hey, we've got our bronze colossi. This is going to look scary as hell for a second here. And also I'm going to put a lever right here and connect that to the Bronze Colossus down here. So this is going to look sketchy as all hell because they're just going to be jumping in between the lava. Here's hoping nobody catches fire. Fingers crossed. It should be fine. Keyword there is should be. Hey, there we go. Check for heat. What devilry is this? Well, someone's on fire. Nope, that's a gem. I guess it was right here. Ah, water. Let's see what's down there. But what I gotta do is pump stuff up. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But like I said, I'm still pretty sure that, like, the biggest change for most people gameplay-wise in Dwarf Fortress right now is likely the fact that there is new music coming. Like, that is probably the biggest gameplay-related change most people playing Dwarf Fortress right now are looking forward to, is the fact that the game is getting more music. Meanwhile, the dwarves are burning. I mean... yeah. You're not wrong. Also, if the lava touches the Bronze Colossus, it kills both the Bronze Colossus and melts his cage. Okay, there comes Zephon. This is probably going to bring water down and in. Could be very wrong, but... yep, I was correct. Here's hoping that puts out all of the fires there. Maybe? Okay, well, it put out some of it. What I kind of actually want to do is just get, like, a hole dug right here. Or maybe even just, like, a pump built, like, right here. Like, right here. So that I can fill this back area up with lava from down here and pump it out into here. That's kind of what I'm trying to do, but we'll see if I can do that cleanly. So let's just go up here and go green glass tube. And you're just making blocks, that's fine. And green glass cork. You'd like to be able to put hair thread in a stockpile. Can you not? I'm pretty sure I have. All right, so let's go here and channel this out. Right there. That's under refuse. Yeah, I'm aware of this. But, like, why can't you just put it into a stockpile then? Just make a little refuse stockpile right where you need it. Because you could just add that to a cloth stockpile. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. So I need basically a block right there. You didn't see it somehow? Yeah, I was, because, like, I know that there's definitely some things in Dwarf Fortress that are in really weird places in the stock screen, but I'm like, yeah, I know for a fact I've done that before. Hope everyone is well this evening. Is it evening already? Oh boy. I guess it is. It's like 4 p.m. here. Evening in a lot of places. Currently, I am just trying to release a Bronze Colossus into hell. You know, nothing out of the ordinary. Normal things people do in Dwarf Fort. trying to release a bronze colossus into hell. It's midnight. Well, good evening, Stone, in that case. Unless that means it's time for Stony to go to beddy. Also, that's annoying. Honestly, diamonds catching fire might be the bane of my existence. Like, it drives me insane. It's 1 a.m. Good morning. Mainland Europe would check out as the 1 a.m. folks. Yep. Construction suspended. God, I wonder why. Well, good news is that right there is adamantine. I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? Actually, let's not dig forward. Let's just dig one straight down. Yeah, they changed the dino dance. I don't know when they did that, but it must have been recent. Because people were noticing it this morning. There we go, that's put out. Sweet. People are removing all the crap from that tile. There's so many socks. You liked the old one? I'm sure somebody's already put it up on Better Twitch. Or other alternatives. You know, I'll tell you this. You'll probably get used to the new one. They probably want it to be a rotating emote. There was an emote for a while that Twitch had that every month it was something else. So for a minute there, it was up just a picture of a piece of pie, and then it changed to something else. Then it changed to something else, then it changed to something else. What's the deal with adamantine? What's the deal with airplane food? Adamantium, okay, do you want the real answer or the fake answer? Or the real answer or the spoiler-friendly answer? Actually, it's probably the better way to put it. I don't remember you can put, but I do it all the time. I mean, if they're only in one layer deep of lava, it works. If they're in like multiple layers deep of lava, it doesn't work. If they're like on the surface and there's no lava underneath it, it works. It doesn't work if there's lava constantly igniting it, right? Give me both. If you dig through the adamantine, you get to hell. It's also the best weapon material in the game for things that are not blunt force trauma weapons. Although you may have also just gotten caught in an ad, so. Oh, certainly, but like if you have hair thread and you want to use hair thread for something, Mad Cat, I don't even put them in stockpiles. I literally remove all thread from all stockpiles and just let them sit in the looms, and then just put, and I just let them sit right where they're harvested and put looms right next to them. And then I never have to put them in a stockpile. So I guess I'm skipping this step where you're actually needing to put them in a stockpile in the first place. Most of the time. But yeah, I mean, they will degrade, but ideally you're using them quick enough that it doesn't matter. All right, so the spoiler answer is it's how you get to hell, Schnebbler. The mechanical answer is it's the best sharpness weapon material in the game. And the spoiler-free answer is it's candy. I like to eat it. Nom 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 nom. There you go. No, a bucket will do her. I mean, the diamonds aren't actually that big. They're quite small. It's like that guy that wrote the absolutely insufferably annoying song, I Want Candy. Okay, so. Got a caged up bronze colossus back here. Suddenly space is now opening up where I could theoretically actually dig towards them again. I got another one right here I got to put out, so we have to do that next. Yep, Aaron Carter. Sounds right. The last time I thought about him was because I was watching a different stream on Twitch, and the person who was streaming was freaking out because apparently he'd just started an OnlyFans. And I was like, well, I'm going to go watch a different stream now. Bye. It's more information than I ever cared to learn about this dude. How the heck do you train appraisal skill? They don't train by amount of total trades. They train by number of total trades. So not value, it's number. So when you trade 50 small amounts instead of one large lump sum. That's how you train appraisal. Oh, I'm an idiot. I was like, why are they not digging down into here? It's because I built over the staircase. Anyway. Hi, I'm stupid. Ask me anything. I don't know what that is, G-Fin. So, okay. No, Baka. Hard pass, in fact. What does stupid mean? Do you want me to look up Webster's dictionary? But yeah, I was genuinely sitting here just being like, why in the world is this not working? Well, figured out my problem. Let this water out. Oh, is it? Learn something every day. I had no idea that song was a cover because I've heard it maybe once or twice in my life and immediately ceased caring after hearing it. Going, this song isn't for me. It's not my kind of music. Big fucking surprise there. I probably did just break poor Baka's heart. Probably did. And you know what? I feel terrible. And also, I will say, Baka, you should get yourself a heart that doesn't break so easily. Might I recommend, like, concrete or, you know, anything that isn't balsa wood, which is clearly what your heart's made out of. I would recommend something that, you know, has a little bit more heft to it and a little bit less give. This is a dumb idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Me? Of course I'm lying. Oop. Oh, Dwarf got out, so that's good. Now I just need this one tile to drain, which I can do pretty easily. Using the bucket. Adamantine heart. I mean, I'll take anything over the heart murmur that I currently have. Heart's too damn talkative. Oh, that's a floor piece. I don't need a floor. I need a wall. What? And let's channel through this. And then we'll dump a bucket of water right here, put that out so I can get this thing built. But Endok has been taken by a Fey mood. Did I? Huh. Oh, no, I didn't. It was a silver spear that they made. Right. I love how I've just kind of organically ended up doing this. Just because I want to see how well a Bronze Colossus is going to do against Hell. I have an artifact getting stolen. Because these stupid ghosts keep opening up my doors. So who stole it then?
Smells of OSHA violations.
Smells of OSHA violations. I can believe it. Also, I think that ghost was the witness. Was that ghost the witness? I can't look. Actually, it would be under closed cases. Oh, it doesn't say what the witnesses are after? Oh, man. So I'm pretty sure that ghost was actually just the witness. Where are Captain of the Guard at? Come on. Ah, well, you did it then. This beast hunter, Bolsa? Under intelligence? What, would that be under plots? Or actors, maybe? No, this won't say, like, who the accuser was. Yeah, no, it's not like a reports thing or anything. Also, Master Spike, thank you very much for the 14th month. Welcome back, dude. It's good to see you. Check, can I get a round of beers from Master Spike? Keeping that subscription alive for 14 months. This ghost is going to be the death of me. Also, somebody else just stole an artifact. I don't know if you guys saw that. There was another one up here which hasn't been returned yet. Or has been stolen by someone else. I'm having a hard time carrying, though, because we are ending this fort. All right, well, that's done. Let's go right here. I just want to throw a Bronze Colossus into Hell. That's all that I want to do. Is lock a Bronze Colossus into Hell. That is my entire goal here. Let's check intelligence. Actually, let's check actors. Apparently, tons getting accused of other things. Got a bunch of other dwarves a child being accused of a bunch of crimes. Well, that's great. And like I said, another artifact was seen being stolen. Straight underneath this dwarf who's currently in a strange mood. You need logs and what? Bones, probably? So cloth. Wait, do I have logs currently? Do not have logs currently. Do not have logs. A little bit weird when that happens. Although, chat room, I got a genuine question. Do you guys want to see me send this thing to Hell, or do you guys just want to start a new fort? I'm just kind of, like, weirdly obsessed over this dumb, like, side project right now. but genuine curiosity. Is it something you guys actually want to see me complete? I'm kind of curious to see how well it would do against Hell, but at the same time, doesn't actually matter to me all that much. You guys want to see it? Okay. So this is something you guys actually want to see me complete then. The only reason I'm saying is because I'm just sitting here watching my view count tank and going like, chat must be bored. Guys, as far as I can tell, digging through these spires is boring as shit to watch. I think it's boring to watch. I am already close. I've been close for a bit. I'm just very aware that it's something that's very boring to watch. Make everyone a miner? That's not necessarily going to speed the process up, though. The only reason I haven't dug into it is because I'm trying to get this lava out of here, and making everybody a miner won't speed that up. Waiting for this pump to be done. Anything beats watching the news. That's true. Yeah, I can get behind you on that. This is why you shouldn't watch the news. You should listen to it on talk radio. I don't know why I've been, like, listening to so much talk radio recently. It's bad. I shouldn't, but I do unironically enjoy talk radio for some dumb reason. Instead of watching like stuck up out of touch people talk, you can listen to stuck up out of touch people talk, which makes them much less annoying for some reason. Welcome back, Joker. All right, so you can pump. And you can pump. So this one... Ghost has been put to rest, finally. Wow. Apparently ghosts can steal items. That's kind of nuts. I just convicted a ghost of a crime. No new information was revealed. Oh, How goes the fort? You got busy, so you weren't able to keep listening? It's nearing the end. I'm trying to... We caught a Bronze Colossus, and I want to send it to Hell. So once I send the Bronze Colossus to Hell, we're going to retire it. I'm going to go start a new fort elsewhere in the world. I have no idea. I'm assuming wander in circles puzzled, which is all I would do. Oh, that's going to burn for a little bit. Currently just pumping a lot of lava out of down here. When was the last immigrant group? Not long at all. Why? Maybe 2 seasons ago? Summer, I think? We're into spring now. We've been consistently getting migrants. Migrants aren't really an issue here. Ponce, thank you very much for the raid. What is up, man? How is things? Can you change the ghost? It's already been memorialized, so the ghost no longer exists. And also, no, you can't change ghosts. What were you streaming today, if I can ask Ponce? If you guys don't know Ponce plays a variety of competitive PvP games. Probably Dark and Darker, if I had to bet, but might have been something else. Sometimes has a curveball. When he traveled time for the future of dwarf kind. Yes. 100% accurate information. What's up, my T-fam? I feel like there's a pun in that name somewhere, and I can't quite find it. That's a little sad. Where those 2 dwarves died are just like 2 crowns and an iron pick. Am I digging for candy? I'm digging to release a Colossus into the underworld, is what I'm doing. And then we'll probably take a vote to decide whether or not we just let the fort die or finish her up. That and like all of my artifacts are actively being stolen. All of them. So many crimes. Such crimes. Much crime. Has your dwarf survived? That's a good question. Yes, your dwarf is still in fact alive. Is that going to make you say, don't know, blind, under no circumstances should you, like, just kill all of these dwarves? Do not. The hell. Ah, because you're still alive? Or is that, like, doubly reason for me to actually just send all these dwarves to hell? Another one. Jesus Christ. The thing is, I keep locking the doors, right? And the artifacts are getting stolen faster than I can make them. Which is actually, like, kind of amazing. I've never had artifacts stolen at this point, at this rate before. I mean, obviously these dwarves are too obsessed with digging down into the depths to even brew alcohol consistently, let alone take care of their artifacts. Yeah, chat already explained the tickets thing, so I don't need to. Yay. I was about to start explaining it, but it's like, nope, chat's already got you. By taking them away before hell comes rushing on? Yeah, honestly, you're probably not wrong. It's probably for the best. Just need to dump a bucket of water right. See, there goes another one. Like, it is actually insane how quickly these artifacts are getting stolen. Because I've got a lot of ghosts on the map right now, and they keep unlocking doors, and the doors are what's keeping the or what was, I guess, keeping the artifacts from being stolen. So, ghosts keep unlocking doors, and every single time the doors get unlocked, almost immediately an artifact goes missing. Almost immediately. Like, it's kind of hysterical, actually, how quickly they're going. Why do elephants eat so much grass? Because they're large. I mean, this is the reason I don't ever really bother with war elephants, because they use so much space. They require so much space just to keep them fed that it's like, I almost can't be bothered. Unleashed an echo of divine forgotten retribution. Where exactly? A whirring enforcer. Oh. Found it. Whirring enforcer crossbowman, I think is what that says. This is a jagged pockmarked metal crossbow with long pockmarked leather bolts. And it's vaulted out already. I have told the military to kill it. It isn't actually being that effective. It hasn't killed anybody just yet. It is firing bolts, and it is doing damage with said bolts, but The dwarves are kind of just cornering it and attacking it with their pickaxes, which seems to actually be doing quite a bit of damage. I mean, the hammerer misses the whirring enforcer. Hammerer, of course, being Mouse Beater, who is doing his damnedest practicing with his pickaxe to do damage to this creature. Somebody is suddenly vomiting. Somebody's losing a limb. It might be Amish, who appears to be nauseous and very clearly missing something of importance. There's also the enforcer's left hand is flying off of it, so it is a thing that is bleeding and losing a limb. The dwarves are continuing to beat the ever-living crap out of the creature, forcing it into the corner. More dwarves are running in. It's just becoming a curb stomp now. The creature is now pale, moving down. Oh, the dwarves with actual weapons have now arrived. The creature is pale and bleeding and almost out of ammo, and it falls apart after getting an axe embedded in it very briefly. We did lose a dwarf who's been found dead. However, all in all, I think that could have gone a lot worse. And that dwarf didn't die because they were killed in battle. That dwarf died because they fell in lava. What a way to go. We do have 2 really injured dwarves, though, who we are going to quickly try and rescue. 3 injured dwarves. Okay, never mind. We actually lost another one. Edom here died of blood loss post-combat. And its nose is on the thing right there. Its nose is in the way of everything. Let's just construct some buildings real quick. Well, let's just dig through this. Dig down a layer. See what's right there? You like your doors extra crispy? Ah. You like them crunchy. It's a respectable flavor palette, I will say. How the hell are you getting there? From above? That's dedication, dwarf. I can't not respect it. Bronze or iron? Yes. The one that you have access to in plentiful amounts. And the reason I say that is because there is no actual yes or no answer for that. I'm pretty sure they're good at different things. Okay, well, there's the adamantine right here. So let's dig down right here then. I still don't know actually how a dwarf got into there, but... A serrated rose gold disc. That's pretty rad. It's going to get stolen immediately. Metal better than wood. Yes. Sure, I'll allow some random bards to stay here. What is that? 2 humans and... literally 2 humans. Okay. Two human performance troupe. Because that right there will take us down into the adamantine. Not sure why there's pearl ash in there. All right, dwarves. Now I guess is when I should just do this. All right, everybody, grab pickaxes. Let's go. If you want all of your items to get stolen, that's a real good way to do it. Is have a public tavern. Although getting your stuff stolen can be very entertaining. Like, it seriously can. Actually, like, oh, there we go. Finally, something starting to get done. I dig down to here. Perfect. Dig down into here. And more water. Great. Everybody's favorite. I love water. What is down here? What do is be down here? Ah, not a lot of water. Well, that's good. Because that means I can do this. And this. They're just tired of only human monster hunters? Adventure mode makes that sort of thing a lot easier, because if you want to have more varied races in your fort, all you got to do is, you know, tell or make a bunch of adventurers and then drive them to your fort. Is suddenly the fastest way and best way to do that. All right. We're into the adamantine, which means we are now on the money. We're also, like, from what I can tell, like one layer above the fun stuff. This one is an axeman, the guardian of Bacter, which is a small-scale humanoid with 2 short tails, which means it's probably like the size of a kobold. It has a distinctly depressing moan. Sounds like my ex in bed. And slate gray scales are jagged and set far apart. It is created by the human goddess Bactor and is part with misery and torture. Oof. Talented axeman. What's it wielding? Translucent metal stuff. Okay. And it's already made it into the fort. This thing is moving. And it just turned a dog into paste. It is chasing into the into the Metalsmith's Guild, and Zaphon's having a rough afternoon. It appears that it shredded Zaphon's guts, if I had to bet. Yeah, literally just struck him, and it was deflected by a pick. Hit him again in the right upper arm. Oh, so hacked his arm off. Might actually survive this. Meanwhile here, Ubdal struck it several times very successfully. In fact, actually hitting it in the head so hard that it's, even though its attack was deflected, I was going to say it made it bend the neck, but it didn't. Hit him a second time, and the dwarf says, I've been wounded. That is annoying. I agree, dwarf. That is very annoying. I wish you weren't wounded. But you were able to kill the creature. So, shoutouts to Ubul here, Legend Paper, who is able to kill the demon. And also, Zephon is going to live, it looks, even though they lost an arm. Chat, I'm going to go top off my coffee. I'll be back in momentarily. Unrelated to anything, but it kinda looks like it's hailing outside. Not super far from here in regards to the infirmary. I'm more worried about this dwarf than the other one. He's moving, he's bleeding. Okay, no, they'll make it. I mean, he's going to the hospital. He's walking to the hospital. Devious Goated is the name of that creature that they just killed. Oh no, this dwarf will make it, for sure. This dwarf will absolutely make it, and so did the other one. Admittedly, though, there is quite a few dwarves in the hospital because of, you know, just various injuries from fighting creatures like that. But, you know, we are gambling on the edge of existence right now. Going to extract strands and set that to 0. Get them strands extracting. As he bloody well should. All right, so that's done. Let's do the only logical thing and move down a layer. Apocalypse, we are being judged by the gods. Ah. So that's Wicked Bane, not the Batman villain. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck? Or bad luck, regardless of what you choose. This is a huge hairy tick insect. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it is distinctly depressing moan. It has a distinctly depressing moan. Its slate gray hair is patchy, and it was created by the human goddess Baktor. So are you friendly? I suspect this thing is friendly. I suspect it is friendly. Yep. It's considered a resident. This is a bug. Demonic or giant demons being friendly. I mean, it's also literally a bug, which is kind of funny. He just lives here. It's fine. You can keep digging. We are being judged by the gods, though, you know. Winged bug, actually a bug. Weird, right? Cheers, Wade Master. Appreciate you. Turns out most of my miners are resting or waiting for a crutch to show up, so... Demon Lords have sent an emissary. They've said, stop digging, you dum-dums. There's better things to do with your time. And we go, but, dwarf. They see us dwarfing and they hating. That's the reality. We check for heat. What devilry is this? Well, it went out pretty quick because it got water on it. Ah! Found it! So now we have to hit some buttons real quickly so that we can see if a Bronze Colossus is going to survive hell. You have discovered an eerie cavern. The air above the dark stone floor is alive with vortices of purple light and dark, boiling clouds of seemingly bottomless glowing pits mark the surface. Horrifying screams come from the darkness below. And I need to pause. Okay, I was gonna say I just accidentally tabbed out. Let's take a peek. We got Petrosaur brutes. Roots of flame, giant noodles. scaly earthworm. It has thin wings of stretched skin and it is slavering. Its slate gray scales are ovals and close set. Beware its deadly blood. Shadow haunt. Very large snail composed of ash. It has wings and a bloated body. Gray haunt. It's an enormous sauropod composed of ash. It has a pair of squat antennae and a bloated body. I might just try and fight these. These don't seem that bad. Pigeon brutes, okay. A very large one-eyed pigeon. Aw, it's got poison vapors. That's just a normal pigeon. What about you? A white devil, okay. A large cockroach composed of salt. That is definitely a devil. It has large mandibles and it appears to be emaciated. Yeah, I might actually try fighting this. Although, Eustace, you should run. You should run. Run, 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 run. And I also should, I was gonna say I should forbid everything, but where's the fun in that? Turn around here. Oh, here they come. Oh, webs. Webs are scary. I get to lock this door now. And pull this lever. Dakos the weaponsmith has been found dead. Never made it out. Such a goddamn shame. I'm also going to send the military in because we're going to try fighting them, because why not? This is a fitting end. Chat room, I want to get a real big round of beers because this has been a fun fort and a fun faction. And I hope that you guys agree. Okay, so now we're just simply waiting for a dwarf to come pull this lever. And we're going to see how much damage a bronzy can do to hell. Probably not too much, but let's see. The Flame Fiend pushes the Bronze Colossus in the right lower arm, but there is no force. The Wraith of Cinders punches the Bronze Colossus in the right hand, but the attack glances away. The Wraith of Cinders punches it, but the attack glances away. All right, so let's unpause and repause. Okay, let's see. The Honey Eater Brute kicks the Bronze Colossus, but the attack glances away. Ooh. The Bronze Colossus is caught in a cloud of flames. Uh-oh. Okay, not dead yet. Let's just unpause the game for a minute. See what happens. He doesn't seem to be getting... Okay, they're doing no damage to him, but he also doesn't seem to be doing much. So I have a question. How did you get over here? That's... Wait. Weren't you... What? That's... I mean, that's the friendly one, but... That one is friend, yes, but I thought it was down here. Maybe I'm just... Bronzy? Oh, still alive. Okay, that's good. Oh, I see. Fell down a layer. Actually, the important question is, Bronzy, do you have any kills? Bronzy, have you gotten any of them? Nope, hasn't killed anything since Tekid the Hollow Corpse, so... Is, in water, which, you know, admittedly is gonna help with some things. Okay, so... His eye is kind of mangled. He's a little dented. He did lose a thumb. It's multiple fingers, in fact. Now the question is, do I send my dwarves in? Do you really want me to save the game? I mean, not really gonna change much. I mean, I'm not jumping back to an earlier save regardless, so. But if you insist. Yes, Shogun, Clown Car. Also, hi, Shogun. Hope you're doing well. Archangel Red has red eyes and the demon doesn't have visible eyes. You are correct. However, It was more just, I thought that the Archangel was on this, oh, I thought the Archangel was on the other side of the wall. So I was like, how did you get to that side of the wall is mostly what I was thinking. Also, for anybody just tuning in, once this fight is over, or once chat deems it over, I will be starting a new fort today. You looked how to find tunnels and roads and made a quick video. You were wondering if you could post in the Discord. I mean, if people ask directly about it, you can post it in the DF talk room, but I preferred mostly just the self-promote room. But I don't know. As long as you're not just like pretending to at everyone and be like, watch my video. I don't care. Like, honestly, I don't really care. Cheers, Legor. Fuck, I think is how you say your name. Anyway, let's continue this Bronzy fighting the entire hordes of hell. And realistically, I gotta say, I think we... Chat, should I send in the squads? Yes or no? What do you think? Yes? Okay. Oopsies. Stand right there, squads. Unlock the doors. Bronze Colossus is not dead yet, but it is a very effective distraction, I will say that. The first thing right here is a Grey Haunt. The Grey Haunt is an enormous sauropod composed of ash. It has a pair of squat antennae and a bloated body, so it doesn't really do much. Right behind it is a named pigeon who unfortunately killed Dakost. Okay. The pigeons, of course, have poison vapors, and the other one is just so 2 pigeons and a Grey Haunt are the ones that are right here. I'm actually just gonna lock this to limit the way up that they can take. And the Grey Haunt immediately explodes. Toulon here is bleeding. Ast right behind him, alongside of Doran the Axe Dwarf, followed by Zwari, who I think is the one that I will follow. They all run in relatively quickly. Bolts are already flying. Dwarves are dancing in and out with the demonic hordes as the demons are starting to come up from the lower levels. It appears that Zwari is bleeding pretty badly. Now, something about Zwari. Zwari is using her shield as her only weapon, although she did actually hit the honey eater brute in the upper body with a steel shield, bruising the muscle and jamming the right false ribs through the left lung and tearing the lung. If only she had 2 arms. We have several other military dwarves right here. The 2 of the 3 demons at the front are bleeding. The honey eater brutes, by the way, have noxious secretions and their amber feathers and their very large 3-eyed honey eater, which can't be that big because those are pretty small birds. We have 2 deaths. Doran and Erdim, and a honey eater brute is has had its guts spilled, and it's screaming, "I have a part in this. There's no need to feel danger." They can speak. I didn't know that. The more you know. The militia captain is still fighting with it, striking the honey eater brute with his shield, bruising the muscle. Considering she's still bleeding heavily out of God knows what part of her everything, you're doing pretty well. Although I don't think she's going to live too much longer. We have do we have another death yet? Not just yet. Erdim is doing some fighting, and all right, I've got an email I got to respond to later. All right, and we got a brute right lower leg that is just flying away, which is good because this honey eater brute just lost its leg. Solom up here is having a bad day. However, the pigeon brute underneath it is having a slightly better day. And then we've got a white devil coming up. The white devil is a cockroach, which doesn't do much. It's just a cockroach. So a giant cockroach. There is a pigeon brute mutilated corpse right there. So somebody killed a pigeon brute. Let's see if I can spot who killed the pigeon brute. Not you, but you did kill a forgotten beast. How about you, Iteb? Nope, not you. How about you, Neurokeys? Nope. I don't know who got it, but somebody got it. So I'm going to send all of the squads into here now. Tell the rest of them to move up. Gordy Casto is also in here for some reason. Probably trying to do doctoring things. Trying to find a captain. Also, Zwari has fallen, so rest in peace, Zwari. let's see. Is the Bronzy the Bronzy's still alive? Oh, jeez. More dwarves are coming in. Tanker is on his way in. So far, not that many name dwarves have actually fallen, though. Gordy's gonna fall pretty soon. I think we've got 2 dead ones right here. The upper one is not dead. This one's Small Flyers is the one who killed Zwari, as well as several of our other dwarves. So I'm kind of hoping that we can kill Small Flyers, because that would be, you know, good for general dwarven morale. Small Flyers has fallen. Neurokeys is still alive now with a full title, having killed Small Flyers and a White Devil. Oh, hold on a second. White Devil, Honey Eater Brute, Pigeon Brute, and Devil. So shoutouts to Neurokeys for doing absolutely incredibly good Armox work. And it appears, well, that's what I get for saying nice things about this door. Buddy, you died to the Captain of the Guard not too long ago. Anyway, there's 2 Flame Fiends came up. Bolts are flying. However, it appears that the fire was actually extinguished off of this dwarf somehow. This dwarf is completely focused and dodging around. Directly beneath them is no more things that could, you know, say, okay, you're on fire again. This is, again, not good. And Neurokeys falls to the Petrosaur Brute, who fired webs directly at the dwarves. The remaining military dwarves are becoming rather sparse as the fight nears its natural conclusion. We have Solon here, who hasn't killed anything, right next to Toulon, who has only killed an elf once before, next to Tanker, who has only killed a dingo, and Unib, who, well, let's just say our heavyweights have fallen. Now the important question, chat. Do I let the demons out? They're still trying to kill the Bronze Colossus. Has he killed any of them yet? No. Unstoppable force versus immovable object, if you will. Tanker is running down to the lower layer. We'll follow Tanker as he moves further down, who immediately bursts into flame upon moving back up a layer. I don't think any of them have actually left just yet. It's just stuff on fire. Meanwhile, Urist here, the woodcutter, is going, man, what's on the other side of this door? But decides to leave. Dwarves keep walking up to the door and then just leaving. Oh, well, Reg made the mistake of walking through the door. The creatures enter the fortress. The seriously injured. Oh, you killed Putnam and Neurokeys. Wow, you are the destroyer of the fortress. We do also have the Wicked Bane fighting on our side, it appears. Yeah, the Wicked Bane is fighting against the Petrosaur Brute, and then it and the Petrosaur Brute both fall into the lava beneath the forges. And the Petrosaur Brute appears to have fallen, from what I can tell. No, sorry, not the Petrosaur Brute. The Great Demon the Great Archangel. That's the word I was looking for. And meanwhile, the Bronze Colossus is still alive, so, you know, that's all peachy. Meanwhile, up here, a bunch of smaller creatures are running directly towards my dwarves. I do still have some military left. We got one of these Honey Eater Brutes, 2 of these Honey Eater Brutes actually fighting in a melee with these dwarves. Ushirir, the Axe Dwarf, who's still trying to station further down, has actually, I think, just killed one. Because you did just gain a title. Yep. Killed a Honey Eater Brute by slicing, hacking the Honey Eater Brute in the lower body with a steel battle axe, tearing apart the muscle, and spilling the filthy guts. Diving onto another one. And another, it hasn't quite fallen yet. Now it has. As webs start appearing, which is always a good sign for future ability to not die. On the good side, the frame rate's going up. The Petrosaur Brute is fighting up our stairwell now. And taking the time to stop just to kill the cats. Dwarves on the upper layer just running in for the slaughter. Feb wishing they took another way down. That is quite the stack. Creature finally moving up onto the upper layer. Arab the engineer, screaming in fear, right next to Ushrir, the cunning, named Dwarf, who, no match for webs. Now let's see. Is the Bronze Colossus still alive? Oh my god, he is. And I'm pretty sure he still hasn't killed any of them. Nope. Oh, no, that's not true. He's killed several, just none of them are noteworthy. He killed a pigeon brute, an earthworm devil, and a honey eater brute. So he has actually killed some of them. Shoutouts to Bronzy doing work. Oh my god, there's so many of them right there. Three to 0, Bronzy versus Hell. Yep. Bronzy versus the Whirl. All the dwarves running down. Are they fighting at least? None of them are even getting combat logs. Also, I feel like I'm not used to seeing them being able to shoot or fight down, but they are bruising it. So maybe they'll be able to kill it. But not super not anytime soon, that's for sure. Do I have any military dwarves left? Handful. Very small few. Oh, do we have a hero? Nish is fighting with the creature, dodging around, is suddenly bleeding. Scratched it most recently. It is bleeding. Well, Lost Whispers, the Aquamarine, has 71. This thing is like single-handedly killing the entire fort. Wow, the mayor and the baron are both still alive. Hold on. Where is the mayor? Let me just go here real quick. Just forbid a bunch of stuff. There's also a naked baby in the middle of everything. Please tell me you're going to the tavern. Uh-oh. The Great Petrosaur is very close to the fortress. Melville, the militia captain, is moving towards the creatures. In an unlikely attempt to succeed. We lost our captain of the guard, too. I realize this is not a great way to keep dwarves alive, but, I mean, I think that's besides the point. I think I also just took a bunch of dwarves out of a different squad. Yeah, I did. Because I have, like, none left. Let's see how many I can get into that room. Come on, Dwarfy. Aw, man. Aw, man. Aw, man. Okay, let's see. Is the Bronze Colossus still alive? Bronzy is in fact still alive. Is in like could be worse for wear. It is actually getting dented now. It's probably got something to do with the fact that it's also on fire. Yeah, it's still 4 for 0, so the dwarves have had better days though. My attempt to recruit some new dwarves is proving not particularly successful. Considering these are shade phantoms, which mean they do nothing really. Shoutouts to Lore. This dwarf who's chained up for some crime in the mayor's office. What a way to go, man. There's Alfie Bean. who's interested after watching a performance, because this goblin is performing in the corner, and doesn't last very long. Kind of curious about this cold butcher here, who actually just killed one of those shade phantoms. We also the fact that we have this necromancer and this poet necromancer. Also, something I should mention that I probably have, I don't think I've mentioned. Right here, this is Stukos, the wereskink. Stukos, the wereskink, is separated from the rest of the fort and inaccessible to the demons. Meaning, uh-oh, we'll never know how our Baron died. Meaning, we can lose every single dwarf that's left in the fort, and things will keep going. Because, well, not everything will be dead. Wow, this thing killed 2 of them? I mean, I'm having fun. I hope you are too, Spades. Also, nothing's on fire, but there is, like, giant monsters everywhere. Kiddo, no! Edzul, no! Reinhardt, your dad would want you to hunker down and lock the door. Let's just get rid of all these squads so the game lags less. Well, they're finding my livestock. Ugh. This poor kid. Well, that's unfortunate. What is a... All right, that's maybe the best... That might be the best experiment name I've ever seen. A head butler? It's a great name. What are you? I'm a head butler. Uh-huh. Okay, so... Bronzy is, in fact, still somehow not dead. Bronzy. Still got 3 kills, though. Oh! We witnessed the end of Bronzy. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see what Bronzy was because Bronzy immediately became Molten Bronze. Well, that's a shame. Although now we get to see the real Wall of Death. Here they come. Actually, here, I'll also unlock this for pathing's sake. Yep. Yeah, here come most of them. They're all trying to, like, get through this. I want to see how much those elves can kill. Oh, not that much, apparently. Because that super strong elf is dead. But we are in an ad break, so I will wait until the ad is done. You think you died in that clip? Certainly possible, King. I raised happiness. Well, thank you. Yeah, there's no depressed dwarves anymore. Just one slightly miffed dwarf. Who's the slightly miffed dwarf? Of course, it's the kid who's stuck in the office. Where's this guy? Oh, right. Duh. And then 2 that are in prison. Oh, man. What a way to go. Dying of thirst. I don't think they're going to be in prison too much longer, though. If he's that strong, imagine the master. Oh, absolutely. I really hope that this human dancer necromancer here immediately resurrects a bunch of undead demons. Fucking better. Yes! It did! Look at that! It gets attacked and suddenly these bodies pop up. But they're not going to do too much to him. Rest in peace. And now the final prisoners. Oh, that's dark. The onslaught of slapping oh, absolutely, yeah. No, it is certainly an onslaught of slapping. I was confined, I repent. You know, when staring into the face of absolute death and horror, it is one of the most logical things to say. I repent. Alrighty, kiddo. Running away from the giant danger noodle. Oh, stuff's on I was like, oh, right. Okay, so we're about to have a war between demons and cavern creatures. Because good Lord knows how many there are. Anyway, there's fireballs flying. Oh, there is a giant, currently burning, enraged ostrich in the middle of the screen. Oh, I let them out. That's how this got started. I was curious to see if a bronze colossus could defeat hell. Man, those ostriches, like, don't put up a big fight, but there's a lot of them. Oh my word. They're not going to be able to do too much. That's a bit of a shame. Okay, I'm going to cheat. Reveal hidden units. This is just going to unstealth all the cavern creatures. So where's a big glut of them? There's a bunch of them over here. A whole bunch of them over here. Yeah, look at them all. Well, here comes the demons. We'll follow this earthworm devil. I think it's safe to say cavern creatures are no match for the forces of evil. You think something bad happened? What do you mean? I don't think any. I think this is all going entirely to plan. This is all excellent. Nothing wrong is happening right now. This is all good news, in fact. Who is the sole survivor? Oh, the were creature. Who I could probably just let out. Yeah. I have a question, chat. Do I let him out? Let him out on the full moon and let him have a final stand. I was gonna let him dig up to the surface and then dig out is what I was going to do. Like, I was gonna essentially just expel him. Give him a chance at escape. I was just gonna start a new fort as soon as this one ends, assuming people want to watch. Whew, the frame rate's something.
So anyways, there I was, staring into the void of my own creation. Why did I create this void? No idea. Quit asking questions, kid. Anyways, the void coughed up this weird creature that I proceeded to relentlessly stomp on the ground before going to your mom's house and drinking some water. What was I talking about again? Happy Tuesday and 47 months.
Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for 47 months. What the hell were you talking about there? I feel like this is a bit that I should understand, but don't. Actually, no, I know the direction we gotta go. Oops, wrong tool. Do this. Okay, so I'm gonna cheat slightly, but I'll stop cheating when it's relevant. And that is, I'm gonna jump to this dwarf and we're gonna follow it. And I'm gonna do fast dwarf 2, because then we don't need to wait for all the digging. Because this dwarf's pretty slow. You'll let me know when you figure it out. Got it. But thank you very much for the 47th month. That's a really long time. I hope your day's been good. See what I mean by him saving us a lot of time? This is a pretty far distance for this dwarf. So I'm giving this dwarf a chance of escaping. And I do mean chance. You? Aw, man, I can't expel you because you're the mayor. Well, okay then. You chose this, dwarf. You know, I've had this happen a couple times recently where it doesn't actually end the fort when you hit 0 dwarves, and I feel like that's a bug.
Bring out your dead! Bring out your dead!
I think you guys know this one, chat. Normal dwarf, Mako Darkfire. Next world, huge rivers and deep canyons. I wasn't even gonna generate a new world. I was just gonna keep playing in the same one. Oof, what? I mean, it was intentional. We decided to do this like 3 hours ago, Clino. What's up, dude? How's things? All right, well. No, you cannot, Goat Swarm. I mean, maybe with mods.